Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Wherever you're at in the world, welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you the fourth game of the Nippon series featuring the Oryx Buffaloes and the Hanshin Tigers. This game will be taking place at the Koshin Stadium, just outside of the city center of Osaka. And it is going to be game four of the series where the Buffaloes now have a 2-1 lead over the Tigers. We're first of all going to give you the starting lineups for the visitors from the Oryx Buffaloes. Of course, we say visitors lightly because both of these are Osaka-based clubs, only about 20 minutes away from each other by train ride. And so leading off and in center field is number 67, Kai Nakagawa. Batting second and playing third base is number 6, Yuma Mune. In the 3 spot doing the catching is number 4, Tomoya Mori. Batting in the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 44, Yuma Tongu. Batting fifth and playing second base is number 8, Marwin Gonzalez. Batting in the 6th spot and playing shortstop is number 24, Kataro Kobayashi. Hitting 7th in right field tonight is number 9, Tomoya Noguchi. Batting 8th in left field wearing number 30 is Taishi Haruka. And batting 9th and doing the pitching will be Sachiya Yamazaki. And they're going to be facing Hiroto Saiki, who takes to the hill with an 8-5 regular season record. He worked 118 and 2/3 innings. He allowed 88 hits, 29 runs, 24 of which were earned. He walked 36 and struck out 107, and he had an ERA of 1.82. Well, that's your starting lineup for the visitors from Osaka. Now your starting lineup for the hometown or the home team, Hanshin Tigers. Leading off and in center field wearing number 5 is Koji Chikamoto. Batting second and playing second base is number 51, Takumu Nakano. Hitting third and right field wearing number 1 is Shota Morishita. In the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 3, Yusuke Oyama. Batting in the 5th spot and hitting in left field or playing in left field is number 7, Sheldon Noisy. Batting 6th at third base wearing number 8 is Teruaki Sato. Batting in the 7th spot and doing the catching is number 12, Seishiro Sakamoto. Batting 8th and playing shortstop wearing number 0 is Seiya Kanami. And batting 9th and doing the pitching is Hiroto Saiki. They're going to be facing, as we mentioned, Sachiya Yamazaki, who had an 11-5 record during the regular season. He worked 130 and a third innings. He'd allowed 127 hits, 48 runs, 47 of them were earned. He'd walked 24 and struck out 80. He pitched to an ERA of 3.25. Well, those are your starting lineups for tonight's ball game. The first pitch, ceremonial first pitch, is about ready to take place. We expect that this game will be ready to get going here in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for stopping in with us tonight. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are just moments away from getting this one underway as the starter Psyche is getting his warm-up tosses completed. We are ready to get this one ready to go. It'll be a Nakagawa, Mune, and Mori to come to bat here as the home plate umpire has dusted off the plate. The crowd is in their positions, and we are ready to get this one underway. Nakagawa leading it off here for the Buffaloes. He is 7 for 30 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and a couple RBIs. Psyche is ready to get this one going. The tall, slender right-hander ready to get this one going here. And the first pitch of the ball game is on its way. It's a fastball that misses upstairs for a ball. And the count is 1-0 to Kai Nakagawa. Buffalo is wearing their dark tops with the white pants. The Tigers are in their all whites with the pinstripes. Yet again tonight, there's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. Defensively tonight for the Tigers, it's pretty much the same lineup that we've seen every single game of the series so far. There's not much change in the starting lineup, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. From left to right field in the outfield, it is Noisy in left. Chikamoto is in center, and the right fielder is Morishita. As Psyche kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now is even at 2-2. Around the horn from first to third, it is Oyama at first, Nakano at second. The shortstop is Kanami with the third baseman Sato. And Psyche and Sakamoto are the battery. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count runs full to 3-2 on Nakagawa. Nakagawa waiting here on the offering as Psyche working quickly here, gets the ball and delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the line in left field, moving over and in foul territory, but unable to come up with the catch is Sheldon Noisy. He ran out of real estate as he ran into the wall, and that is going to go down as a foul ball and a long strike for Nakagawa. We'll get a look at the replay on that one, but I don't know if Noisy did a bit of alligator arms as he got close to the fence. We'll take a look again. No, it was a pretty good effort by the left fielder. He just ran out of room to be able to catch the ball. He had to navigate the fence and try to be able to make the grab. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nakagawa as Yumamune waits his turn on deck. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. It is grounded softly to the right side. Fielded by the second baseman Nakano, he throws to first. That is going to retire Nakagawa on a ground out 4-3 for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up the third baseman Yumamune. For Mune, he is 7 for 26. He's got no homers and 3 runs batted in. He steps up to the plate. Our friend brother Nick asked the question. He says, how can I get that song you played from the start of the video? Not 100% sure if it's the opening one that we use here, but that's a YouTube special that you can pull up there, brother Nick, as that fastball is taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. We just take the first 60 seconds of it and let her rip. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Mune. We have to take our fingers and knock it on the table that we are going to have a smooth stream tonight. Last night couldn't go any worse. Hopefully tonight will be much better. And here comes the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2 on Yumamune. And all kinds of technical stuff early on in the stream, and once we got through that in the third or fourth inning, it was smooth sailing. Here's the 1-2 offering to Mune. Fastball swung on, lifted foul into the seats down the left field line, and the count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. So hopefully that will take care of all of that. Psyche has a bit of an interesting delivery. He is, as we said, a tall, slender fella. He does pause at the top of his delivery as he delivers a fastball that brushes Mune off the plate, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. There were a few changes in the lineup for the Buffaloes tonight. There's a fastball that misses in, and the count is 3-2. So back-to-back hitters, Psyche has gone to full count with. The changes that the Buffaloes have been doing is they've been going every other game. They've been catching Mori and Wakatsuki. So Mori is behind the plate tonight, meaning Wakatsuki is out. As the 3-2 pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on. This is lifted into deep left field. Moving back just in front of the warning track is Noisy, and he makes the catch. That's going to retire Mune for the second out of the inning. So 2 Buffaloes up and 2 Buffaloes down here, and that's going to leave it up to the catcher, Tomoya Mori. And so with Mori moving in behind the plate, Tomoya Noguchi moved out into right field. He has had a strong bat in the playoffs so far, and his insertion into the lineup, the Buffaloes will not miss a beat. But Mori, as we said, and Wakatsuki almost platooning in some regards the catching position. Here comes the offering from Psyche, and it's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Mori. Mori enjoying the playoffs here with the Buffaloes. He is 8 for 26. He's got a homer and a couple RBIs. As the right-hander kicks, and he delivers. Breaking ball swung on it is pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate, and the count now is 0-2 to Mori. Our friend Brother Nick says, and it's not on YouTube. Oh, yes, it is. You have to go into the YouTube studio, and you've got to download their stock music. It is one of the songs that we've pulled down, so it is available. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. So all we use is the YouTube stock music, Brother Nick. So any music that you hear other than the chants and the sounds from the videos that we played when we were earlier in Japan, everything there is stock music that you can pull off of YouTube. As that fastball misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Mori. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Our friend Banjo in the house, he says the Buffalo's away kit looks good. It is a pretty sharp-looking outfit. There's another fastball swung on. This is lifted foul, giving chase is Sakamoto, but he's going to run out of real estate, and that's going to drift into the seats, and that's going to keep the count at 2-2 on Mori. And we've got somebody on Twitch in here. He says, hello, live or not. This is as live as we can get you right here. It's live commentary available here on the Last Drafts Baseball YouTube channel, but we do also stream on Twitch. And we have some occasional Twitch listeners that come in and out, but most of our bread and butter is on the YouTube channel. Here comes the 2-2 offering. Psyche delivers a fastball that misses outside, and that's going to run the count to full. So 3 batters up, and everybody has worked the pitcher to a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. And here comes the pitch to Mori. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Mori goes in the books for out number 3, and that's going to do it here in the first inning. No runs in the inning. There were no hits, no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. We're through a half inning. Your score is the Buffaloes 0 and the Tigers coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few. We appreciate you guys for being here with us. Hang tight. We got to go get ourselves a cup of tea in just a moment. So we'll leave you with a little bit of our friend of Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. We'll be back in 30 with all the action right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the bottom of the first inning and the top of the order coming to bat for the Tigers. It'll be Koji Chikamoto, Takuma Nakano, and Shota Morishita to get things going here against the lefty Sachiya Yamazaki, who is making his first start of the Nippon series here, as the left-hander is ready to get things underway. And the first pitch is a slow breaking ball delivered to Chikamoto, taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Chikamoto 5 for 22 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. As the lefty kicks and fires, there's a breaking ball swung on. This is lifted down the left field line. It is slicing, and it's going to get itself into the seats. And that count is now going to go to 0-2 on Chikamoto. So no balls and 2 strikes. If these two pitchers here are working as quickly as they are, we're going to be in for a short affair tonight. There's a breaking ball that just misses inside. Count goes to 1-2 on Chikamoto. It's good to see. I enjoy it when the pitchers are working quickly and moving quickly. Keeps the pace and the tempo of the game. You get into the bullpens and it starts to really drag a bit. There's a fastball swung on. This is going to be lined just over the head of the shortstop, Kirby-Ashi. It's going to get down into left field, and that is going to be a base hit for Chikamoto here. And the Tigers have got the leadoff hitter aboard with Takuma Nakano coming to bat. You'll have to keep an eye on Chikamoto and on Nakano, as both can run. They finished 1-2 in stolen bases in the Central League, so it is a dual-headed monster at the top of the order for the Tigers. Chikamoto establishes his lead over there at first. And they've already tipped their hats here. There's no interest in stealing. They've already got Nakano squaring to bunt. So they're going to try to push the runner into scoring position immediately and then try to play for some momentum, as Morishita and Oyama will try to get a couple of cracks to drive them home. And the pitch is a fastball delivered. It is bunted. It is fielded by Yamazaki. He fires over to the second baseman, Gonzalez, covering. It's going to go as a sacrifice 1-4 on the putout, as Nakano is retired for the first out of the inning. It advances Chikamoto over to second. And that's going to bring up the right fielder, Shota Morishita. Well, for Morishita, he is starting to wake up, so to speak, in the playoffs. He's now 5 for 23. The big hit came in last night's ball game where he had a single through the 4-hole, driving in a pair of runs. It just wasn't enough for the Tigers last night to push themselves into the lead, but he is starting to heat up here in the playoffs. No homers and a couple RBIs, as both of those came last night. And the first pitch breaking ball is taken for a called strike at a count as 0-1. More importantly, it was a good approach at the plate by Morishita, as he was able to shorten up his swing, stay inside the ball, and go the other way with it. We welcome everybody else that's in here tonight. We have our friend Titus, who is here. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Morishita. My friend Brother Nick says the Tigers are heavy favorites to win, and I hope they do. And to be honest with you, I predicted from the outset, I think that the Buffaloes are a deeper ball club than the Tigers are. And my edge is to the Buffaloes, but I would have to say tonight is a night the Tigers have to win. To be down 3-1, very difficult to win a series in 3 games when 2 are going to be played at the Kyocera Dome. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep center field, and it's going to get down up against the wall. And rounding first and heading into second is Morishita, and it's going to bring home the first run of the ball game. as Chikamoto and Morishita have traded places at second base. Morishita's got himself an RBI double, and Chikamoto comes in with the first run of the ball game for the Tigers here in the bottom of the first inning. That ball was absolutely scorched off the bat of Morishita. And it short hopped the fence. It probably got to spend a little bit more time in the gym, and that ball will leave the yard. But 1-0 is the scoreline. Then that brings up Yusuke Oyama. Our friend Influence back in the house tonight. Nick Renfro is here. He says, where can I watch it? And then we have Chris, who's back for day 2. I have to say that our members only page, we have a list of where you can potentially go and pick up stuff. And there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's available to all members of the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We updated again today because there's about 12 to 15 options that we have. And it really depends on what country you're in or where you're living to be able to do that. So that gives people enough information there. My friend Chris is back here. He says day 2, he's got the Tigers today, and I think that's probably a wise choice, as that breaking ball catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Oyama. Defensively tonight for the Buffaloes from left to right field, it is Haruka in left, the center fielder is Nakagawa, and the right fielder is Noguchi. Around the horn from first to third, we'll get to that in a moment here after Yamazaki delivers. As he checks Morishita, and now he kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. It is jammed on the hands of Oyama, and it is fouled off on the first base side. The count is 0-2. Around the horn from first to third, it is Tongu at first. The second baseman is Gonzalez. At short, it is Kobayashi with the third baseman Mune. Of course, the battery is that of Yamazaki, and the catcher is Tomoya Mori tonight. Jesus says Buffalo's over 2.5. I think the Tigers take this, no doubt. I think they will as well. There's a breaking ball down. A nice stop there by Mori, as he is able to keep that in front and prevents Morishita from doing that. Our friend Gizda Jang says, where can I find a website with the tracker of the game, please? Well, I'm not sure where you're at. Our friend Chris says DraftKings. The other one is, if you were certainly in Japan, Sports Navi is a great app, but you have to know a little bit of Japanese to be able to operate that. Here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball. Waved at and missed, and Oyama goes in the books. He's gone for out number 2. And that's going to leave it all up to the left fielder, Sheldon Noisy. Well, there was a change in the batting order. Noisy and Sato have flip-flopped. Last night, Noisy had a pair of hits, and Sato has been struggling. Noisy 5 for 22 in the playoffs now, as he steps up to bat here with a runner in scoring position and 2 away. Right-handed hitting Noisy had himself a pair of knocks in last night's ball game. As the lefty Yamazaki kicks and delivers, there's a slow breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Noisy. Noisy in his first year with the Tigers, he had spent time with the Oakland Athletics and the Los Angeles Dodgers organizations at the big league level. He's never able to really find his footing, but hopefully he is finding a home with the Tigers. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes even at 1-1. Always curious at the end of the year to see who and what teams will re-up or re-sign some of the stuff, some of the players. Our friend Sweepa says NPB is super random at times, kind of like the KBO. One inning, the team would be scoreless. The next inning, there's 10 runs on the board. Well, that's baseball, period. You look at the game tonight between the Astros and the D-backs, as there's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Noisy. So 2 balls and 1 strike. To the right-handed hitting left fielder. He wangles the bat. Our friend Alberto says he needs an over 6 in this one. So here comes the offering from Yamazaki. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And I think Noisy's upset with himself that he didn't do better on that pitch as he does a little bat flip in his hands after the foul ball. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Noisy. Yamazaki reaches for the rosin bag. Right on the back of his hat, he's got all kinds of white. That's where the rosin, he always adjusts himself. And his back of his hat is all soaked with the rosin. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. He kicks and delivers. Fastball down. Another good stop by Maury. It's the second stop of the inning that Maury's done a good job of keeping in front. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to the American left fielder. I have to say, I don't remember Noisy being as stocky as he is right now. I saw him a little bit, but I didn't see him a whole lot in Major League Baseball in catching some of his stuff. But he looks like he is maybe enjoying some Kobe beef in that area. A little stockier than I remember. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is chopped over to third. It is fielded by Mune. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Noisy on a ground out 5-3. And that is going to do it here for the Tigers in their half of the first inning. But they open the scoring. There was 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was a runner left aboard. We are now through 1 complete. Your score is the Tigers 1 and the Buffaloes no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with a call at the top of the second inning when we return in just a few. Appreciate you for being with us on the Last Wraps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back. We've got scoring early. It is a 1-0 lead as we are moving to the top of the second inning. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are cruising to the top of the second inning, and it's going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat for the Buffaloes. That means Yuma Tongu, Marwin Gonzalez, and Kotaro Kobayashi to face the right-hander Hiroto Saiki for inning number 2. So as I said, it's interesting that you can tell that they're getting those little extra commercials in around and about, because during the regular season, it is about 60 seconds, maybe slightly more on the in-between, and you're able to get back to the ball game. Here you can tell there's just that little extra bit of time. Got to pay the bills somehow, I guess. And that's exactly what it is here. But we are now ready to get this one back underway as Saiki delivers a first pitch fastball that misses upstairs to Yuma Tongu, and the count is 1-0. Tongu 4 for 12 in the playoffs. He's got a homer and a couple RBIs. Batting from the right side here against the right-hander Saiki, who delivers a breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. In that first inning, Saiki threw 20 pitches, and he had went to a full count with every single hitter he faced. What's not going to happen here is Tongu swings at the pitch. He drives this one into deep left center field, and this one's going to get off the wall, and it gets away from Chikamoto, who falls to the ground. Now he's got to chase after it. Rounding second and heading to third is Tongu, and he's going to slide in safely with a leadoff triple. Oh boy, that ball, he didn't miss the home run by much. The ball took a crazy ricochet off of the wall. Chikamoto had to try to stop it, and he ended up falling down in the process. And then once he was able to get back to his feet, he was able to track it down and fire it in, but not in time to get the batter, Tongu, sliding into third with a triple. And I have to say, as I'm watching the replay on that, where were the corner outfielders? Chikamoto was left to hang out to dry all by himself out there, nobody backing up the play. Well, that puts Tongu at third here with nobody out, and it's going to bring the second baseman Marwin Gonzalez to the plate. Gonzalez is 3 for 20 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and 4 RBIs. Although he is waking up over the last couple of games. He had a hit last night, and he had a hit as a pinch hitter 2 nights ago. So he finds himself back in the lineup again, and there's a first pitch breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Gonzalez, the switch hitter, batting from the left side here against the right-hander Psyche. Our boy, City Boy Reggie says, what's the score? I need under 5.5. There's a ticker that runs across the bottom of your screen there, City Boy Reggie. You can always take a look at that. And as the right-hander Psyche kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count goes even at 1-1. GZDAJHJ asks, someone with a website with a tracker, please. We already gave you the information there. You can also go to the NPB website and pull stuff off of that as well. Those are the easiest things. For those who are new to the stream, we usually update the scoring at the end of the half innings. We put it down at the bottom. So that fastball was swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Gonzalez. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Psyche nods in agreement with his catcher Sakamoto, and he's ready to deliver here. Here comes the pitch. And it is a fastball that misses down. A nice stop there by the catcher as he keeps it in front. Runs the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at third, Tongu. Nobody out here in the second inning. And Kentaro Kobayashi waiting his turn on deck. 1-0 ball game here for the Tigers as they take the early lead in the first inning. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. GZDA says he is from France, and we appreciate you for checking in. And our friend Chris, we appreciate you as well for the super chat tonight. So sit back, grab yourself a cognac or a beer or a bottle of scotch, and let us take you away listening to the game as we will help you along and navigate through this one here tonight. So Gonzalez is asked for time as he steps out of the box as he feels Psyche has taken too much time. And now we're ready to go here again. And here comes the first offering from Psyche as he delivers. It is a fastball taken for a called third strike. Oh, Gonzalez stood there like the house by the side of the road, and he watched that one go by for out number 1. Not sure what he was looking at, but that pitch looked pretty darn good. Got himself diving into the pitch a little bit. He couldn't sell that to the umpire. We get the overhead view, and it caught the inside corner. So he's gone for out number 1, and that is going to bring up the shortstop, Kentaro Kobayashi. Well, for Kobayashi, he is 5 for 19 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and 3 runs driven in. Our friend from France who's listening in, our buddy Fabian, I'm sure will check in at some point. That would be undrafted player, as there's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes to Kobayashi. They have the infield moved in. There's no grass at the Cochin Stadium. It's an all-dirt infield. And so they are right up in about a step or 2 ahead of the baseline. Interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on Psyche. There's blood all over his pant leg, so something is bleeding. I don't know if he's got a blister or if he's got a broken fingernail. But you can see his pants are all bloodied up on that back side. Sometimes it might even be a cut. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. It's certainly not the bloody sock that Kurt Schilling had in the World Series a number of years ago. But that would be a concern if it is a blister that is bleeding, because we can see it is starting to be profusely all over his pant legs. Here comes the pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Kobayashi. So better keep the bullpens going, or better at least have somebody on high alert if he's not going to be able to do this. Our friend Sweepa says Psyche is definitely gone after this inning. I would say the chances of him being around for a while here could be a problem. There's a fastball swung on and missed. Kobayashi down on strikes. He's gone for out number 2, and that's going to leave it all up to the right fielder, Tomoya Noguchi. Well, it would definitely be disappointing if they weren't able to cash in a run here, the Buffaloes, with that leadoff triple by Tongu. And then back-to-back strikeouts by Gonzalez and Kobayashi. Leave it all up to Noguchi here, who is 4 for 9 in the playoffs. Neymar says he wants to be Kurt Schilling. There you go. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow right field, and it's going to bleed down for a base hit. A single for Noguchi. That's going to bring home Tongu, and that is going to tie the ball game here. Battling, you strike out 2 guys back to back, and then you give up a bleeder. And it is now a 1-1 ball game here as Tongu has crossed the plate. RBI for Noguchi. Got to say, Noguchi has had himself a very strong playoff now, 5 for 10. Our friend Nathan P. says, take the under, not the way that the runs are starting to happen here. Not unless that under is now moved up to about 8. So 1-1 the score line, and it's going to bring up Taishi Haruka to the plate. Haruka, 3 for 11 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and a couple RBIs. Noguchi establishes his lead over at first. It is the pitcher who is waiting his turn on deck, and now Psyche steps off the backside of the rubber and reaches for the rosin bag. Nathan says his books were bugging, but couldn't get that 5. Here's the pitch. Slow breaking ball that misses inside. And the count is 1-0 to Haruka. Haruka has had some moments here in the playoffs where he has done well. Well, they get a different look at it. The cut is on the thumb. It's on the knuckle. The first knuckle below the fingernail. So that's not going to affect him pitching. Or it shouldn't anyways. So Haruka batting here with the runner Noguchi at first and 2 gone. As the right-hander checks the runner at first, and now he works to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. I will say this, though. I do think that the Tigers are probably, at least in my opinion, probably going to get this one here tonight. You got to get that feeling that they're going to be able to squeak this one through. Fastball swung on and missed. The count now goes to 2-1 on Haruka. And I say that 3 games at home, they got to take at least one, but going back to the Kyocera Dome for the other 2, that could be a problem. I just don't see them beating the Buffaloes twice at the Kyocera Dome. But I wouldn't bat an eye if this game either tonight or tomorrow went extra innings. And even if we ended up with a tie ball game, we haven't seen one of those in a little while. In fact, I think there might have been one last year, as a matter of fact. Between the Swallows and the Buffaloes, I'd have to go back and research it. I know in the last 2 years there was at least one tie. Saint ZX in the house says Oryx batting. Yep, they are. It is in the top of the second inning. We're all locked up at 1s now. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats behind home plate, and the count goes to 2-2 on Haruka. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night for these same two ball clubs. So if you are around and in the area, be sure to pop in again. We'll give you all the updates as they happen. And then, of course, everything after tonight's game will be dependent, potentially, on if we're going to be playing Saturday. Of course, if the Tigers win tonight, then we know they're going to be back on Saturday. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken at the knees for a called third strike. And Haruka watched that one go by as he is in the books. We have to check that out. That's actually, they get punched out Noguchi on that one. So I've messed up a little bit somewhere along my lines here. And I have to apologize to everybody for that one. That's 2 in the books here. We've got Noguchi on the strikeout. It's Haruka who is at the plate now. So somewhere along the line, we've made ourselves a bit of an error. I don't know if that's because of the stream or not. Here comes the pitch to Haruka, and that's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Boy, we haven't had anything to drink tonight, but maybe we should start. It is late night here in North America in the middle of the night, so I'll have to keep you guys posted. It is a 1-0 lead. Here we go. As the right-hander delivers, it's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 1-1. So Gonzalez with the strikeout, Kirbiashi with the RBI single, Noguchi with the strikeout, and Haruka at the plate with a 1-1 count. Pitcher on deck waiting his turn. Haruka 3 for 11, no homers and a couple RBIs. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on, grounded through the 6-hole into left field. That's going to be a base hit for Haruka. That's going to put runners at first and second. And that's going to bring up the pitcher, Sachiya Yamazaki. Well, for Yamazaki, as he strides to the plate, doesn't get a chance to hit very often. They are going to have a full-on conference here. The infielders are all in. One thing I'm not 100% sure on is the second base umpire comes in. If they do keep track of mound visits, much like they do in Major League Baseball, certainly in Japan, there's a lot more bunting and a lot more situational strategies. So you would think that without having the pitching coach come to the mound or the manager come to the mound, when they have the players, they're able to get out to the mound and take care of all the communication that needs to be taken care of, because there's a number of different defensive plays. So Yamazaki here at the plate. He showed last year in the 2022 playoffs that he had a base hit that drove in a run or a couple of runs. We'll see what happens here. Here comes the first offering from the right-hander Saiki. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1 to Yamazaki. Our friend from France who was asking about updates, and as we had pointed out, you can get the updates on the NPB website. Unfortunately, it's not like Major League Baseball where they run the game day and you have the different pieces. That's the one thing they're really missing. They're behind the times on. Maybe sometimes that's good and sometimes it's bad. There's a fastball that misses down and the count goes even to 1-1. As I mentioned, Sports Navi is an app, but you may not be able to have the app. I don't know if it's available to Canadians and Americans. I don't think it is, but if you have a VPN, certainly you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to get the access to it. During the regular season, Yamazaki was 2 for 5 at the plate. He had no homers and an RBI. He's a career 273 hitter. There's a fastball swung on its tap foul over on the first base side, and the count goes to 1-2. Of course, the Pacific League does not have the pitcher's hit, so Yamazaki has spent his entire career in a Buffalo uniform, the 31-year-old. His 9 seasons with the Buffaloes, he's only had 22 at-bats. And he's had 6 base hits in the regular season. Here comes the pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on. This is lifted into right field, but it's going to hang up enough for Morishita to make the catch, and that is going to do it. Yamazaki gone for the third out of the inning this time. We got one run in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors and 2 runners left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the second inning. Your score is the Tigers 1 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for listening in with us tonight on the Last Perhaps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back with all the action right after this. We've got ourselves a 1-1 ball game. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you guys for listening in, whether you are on YouTube or on Twitch. It's great to have you here. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher introducing himself to you guys. We'll be right back in just a couple.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. In turn, we support Steve Rademacher, so be sure after the game to go check him out. He's got all kinds of crazy things, including Money Monday, Takeover Tuesday. He's got himself the No Filter Friday and the Sunday Shoutouts. Something for everybody across the board. It is going to be Sato, Sakamoto, and Kanami to come to bat here in the bottom half of the second inning. And the first pitch from Yamazaki is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1 to Sato. Sato struggling in the playoffs. He's 4 for 24. No homers and an RBI as he swings at a fastball and lifts that one into the seats down the left field line. He's now in the hole at 0-2, so no balls and 2 strikes. Sato, we were talking a little bit last night about the part of the batting order, the 3, 4, 5, and 6 hitters, specifically as that fastball is swung on and fouled away. The count is going to remain at 0-2. Morishita, Oyama, Noisy, and Sato entering tonight's game had 17 hits. As there's a fastball swung on and bounces foul down the first base side, and the count remains at 0-2. And for those 17 hits, came in 89 at bats. So hitting below the Mendoza line as a collective unit. The best hitter so far, the hottest hitter in the Tigers lineup, is their 8-hole hitter, the shortstop Kanami. As there's a breaking ball that misses down and the count goes to 1-2. Kanami 10 for 21 in the playoffs. He's been absolutely outstanding. But not getting any love from the manager as he's been slotted in that 8 spot. There's a fastball that just misses outside. Peel over to the third base umpire that they missed that. But he said that Sato didn't go. I get a look at the replay on that. Maury had set up outside. Boy, oh boy, it did look like Sato had maybe went around on that pitch, so he gets second life here. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the lefty kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. Mori's going to apply the tag, and that is going to retire Sato for the first out of the inning. One away here, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Seishiro Sakamoto. Well, for Sakamoto, he is 4 for 19 on the season, or I say on the season, on the postseason. He's been getting the lion's share of the duty behind the plate. As he comes to bat here, he'll be followed by Kanami. Trying to get something going here in the last half of the second inning. As the lefty Yamazaki gets his sign from Mori. And now he's ready to go to work. It's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count quickly goes to 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Lefty again delivers a fastball that misses outside, and the count now runs even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. I got a chance to see the Tigers once in Tokyo play the Giants at the end of August. And this is I would say a different looking ball club, but a lot of the familiar suspects were in the lineup. As this is the first time tonight that we've had a little bit of a struggle with the feed, so hopefully that'll be the last. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Sakamoto. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. That issue last night where right about around this time, everything just went right to sideways, and we had to restart the entire stream. If we have to do that, we'll have to do it again tonight. We would have a new stream in place fairly quickly to be able to do it, but I think we've got everything straightened out. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. And as Sakamoto goes down on strikes, so back-to-back strikeouts here in the second inning. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Seiya Kanami. Rakul Hassan is in the house. He says, what's the score now? Well, it's running across the bottom of your screen there, Rakul. We only updated at the end of the half innings, and nothing has changed. So if you're listening in, you'll know what's going on. If you just jump in, take a look at the ticker. So here comes the offer. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Kanami. So 1 ball and no strikes. Kanami, as we said, 10 for 21 in the playoffs. He's been absolutely outstanding. He doesn't have anything on the slash line, though. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. I guess if you're going to have somebody beat him, you're going to have to do it. There's our other French listener on cue as our friend undrafted player in the house. As that breaking ball drops in for a called strike, and the count's 1-2 now to Kanami. Our friend GZDA or Gazda JHG is also from France listening in tonight. As the pitch is a fastball swung on and lifted foul. He says, I'm listening to this live in the same time watching the replay of the World Series game. Following sports is a full-time job. You might want to keep the Alka-Seltzer handy for that World Series game last night. That's all we'll have to say about that one for now. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kanami. As he has asked for time as steps out of the box. Saiki is the hitter that's on deck. And now the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is chopped over the head of the pitcher. Fielded on the run by the second baseman Gonzalez, but it's not going to be in time. Kanami's going to beat it out. That's going to be an infield single. He gets a very fortunate bounce as it was chopped over the head of the pitcher. Gonzalez had to come in hard as he had made the play. He made the play, but just couldn't get the speedy runner. He took it on the second hop, and it was a short hop that he had to do it. He threw off a 1 leg. But Kanami slides in safely, and that's going to put runner at first with 2 gone, and that's going to bring up the pitcher, Saiki. I saw undrafted player had posted a video. We got a chance to sometimes get around to look at some of our... Don't get a chance to look at everybody's videos, unfortunately. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Psyche. Got a chance to get around and look at your Seattle Seahawk video that he posted the other day. He usually writes and asks for requests from the different ball clubs or different football teams, the sports that he enjoys. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-1 to Psyche. And he got a pretty nice package in return from the Seahawks, gifting him some stuff all the way to France. That's one way to keep your fans in tune. There's a breaking ball that misses outside. The count is now 2-1 to Psyche. I have to wonder how many fan requests that they get in a calendar year. I see a number of YouTubers that are out there that will write to different teams, and different teams will give them information and give them stuff. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Psyche. I think there was one YouTuber that had sent information out. I think it was like 16 of the, I forget what it was. It was 16 or something like that. As there's a fastball taken for a called strike. It's now 3-2. 16 of the 30 major league teams responded to a fellow with all kinds of stuff, including autograph cards, different things. I thought that was kind of cool. Chris says Tigers are batting it, and that is correct. As that fastball misses down, that's going to be ball 4 to Psyche. The pitcher gets a walk. That's going to put runners at first and second with 2 gone. And now it's going to bring up the top of the order in Koji Chikamoto. It's also going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout. So all of this action has started with 2 outs. So Yamazaki striking out the first 2 hitters of the inning, and then it allows a single to Kanami and a base on balls to the pitcher, or his opposite number, Psyche. And now Koji Chikamoto strides to the plate. Chikamoto is 1 for 1 tonight. He's scored the only run so far for the Tigers. He is 6 for 23 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and 4 RBIs. And you got to be careful here because Chikamoto can run, and he is a threat to drag one down the first baseline if the first baseman is playing a little too deep. So Chikamoto batting, 2 out, runners at first and second. As the lefty holds to the set, he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Chikamoto. Lefty Yamazaki works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on it. It's hit through the 6-hole in left field. Coming in hard. Rounding third and heading home is Kanami. Here's the throw to the plate. And it gets away from the catcher, Mori. Fielding it is Yamazaki, and he throws down to second base. And it's not going to be in time to get the runner, but that's going to be a base hit and an RBI as Kanami comes all the way around from second to score. He challenges the arm of Haruka. The throw took a bounce and then ended up getting away from Mori. A nice play by the pitcher, Yamazaki, backing up the play. Psyche's going to go all the way around to third. I believe he's going to go around to third on that one. We'll just get ourselves a double take on that. Or did he stop in at second base? Nope, it's going to be a single. And it is Psyche is going to stop at second. So an RBI base hit here for Chikamoto. His second hit of the ball game has now got the Tigers on top 2-1. So this is like a heavyweight battle. They're trading punches left and right here. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0 to Nakano. Nakano does not have an official at bat tonight. He had a sacrifice bunt his first time up. 6 for 24 in the playoffs. Runners are first and second here, and there is 2 gone. Everything has happened with 2 out. A single, a walk, and a single. Here's the pitch. Fastball down, squirts away from Mori. He picks it up, and racing over to third is the pitcher, Psyche. Oh, that what a play that was. A good read there by him. Mori's had some challenges here tonight. That's going to be a wild pitch. Looks like Chikamoto is going to hold at first base. But a great read there by the pitcher, who's on the base paths running. He goes over to third. Runners now on the corners. That's 2 balls and no strikes to Nakano. So our friend undrafted player says, I don't know why some sports franchises change for some ugly logos and jersey colors. Maybe it's to distract you from their play on the field. That could be often the case. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1 on Nakano. Here in the bottom of the second inning, the Tigers have runners on the corners. There's 2 gone. As the lefty Yamazaki ready to deliver. He kicks and he fires. Fastball swung on, grounded to the right side, fielded by Gonzalez as he moves to his right. He throws to first. Nice play by Marwin Gonzalez. That's going to retire Nakano on a ground out 4-3. But the Tigers get the run back here in the second inning. There was 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We're now through 2 complete innings at the Cochin. Your score is the Tigers 2 and the Buffaloes 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action. Appreciate you for being here.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the third inning, and it's going to be Kai Nakagawa, Yuma Mune, and Tomoya Mori, the top of the order to come to bat here in the third, as the Tigers have recaptured the lead. The Tigers got the scoring going in the bottom of the first as Koji Chikamoto came home on a double by Shota Morishita to open the scoring 1-0. The Buffaloes got that run back after a leadoff triple by Yuma Tongu. He was driven home by Kentaro Kobayashi, and that evened the score at 1. And then the Tigers have retaken the lead, all with 2 out there, as the shortstop Kanami had a hustle single in the infield for a base hit, and he was eventually brought home on a Koji Chikamoto single. As Saiki now kicks and delivers, and there's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Got to like the old school baseball. The pitcher's hitting, running the bases. Here's Saiki's on the mound, and he's got dirt all over his leg as he had slid into the base. He looks like a ball player, that is for sure. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Brandon Davenport in the house tonight. We appreciate you for being here. Thanks for listening and for your support. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit in front of Noisy as he fires it back into the infield. So a leadoff single here by Marwin Gonzalez. So check that, a leadoff single here by Kai Nakagawa. Boy, oh boy, I'm having my struggles tonight. We're going to have to get up and do a little walk around here. It's not like we're completely asleep, but I sure feel like it. So Nakagawa, Yumamune, and Tomoya Mori here to come to bat. And Nakagawa's got himself a hit. Yatuyu says, it's nice to see the Japan series at the Koshin Stadium. Feels like the summer Koshin. I have to say, Brandon, one thing I like to say is, would you rather listen to a professional broadcast by a bunch of amateurs or a amateur broadcast by a bunch of professionals? And I sometimes say, sometimes the folks that are out there that are doing the things that they sometimes could use a little bit of work. There's a fastball that is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. You guys remember years ago, or some of you may or not remember years ago, Monday Night Football, when Howard Cosell used to be on the broadcast. There was Frank Gifford and, of course, O.J. Simpson and different ones throughout the years. And Frank Gifford wrote in his book about, if you think the egos are pretty big for the people who are giving the play-by-play, as there's a fastball that misses down to Mune, and the count now goes to 1-1. It is, he said, the egos behind the scenes in the production are just as big. So that is a bit of a hassle and a bit of a problem when you're having to deal with the folks who are in the production booths in their field. So 1-1 strike to Mune. As the right-hander Psyche kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-1. Our friend Nathan says, cheers and a late-night drink. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not drinking anything other than tea. Maybe that might be the problem. Be something to relax. So 2-1 strike to Mune here. Mune is 0-1 tonight. He is 7 for 27 in the playoffs. And the pitch on the way, it is a fastball that just misses down. It's now 3-1 to Mune. Mune, the last couple of seasons, put together back-to-back pretty good years for the Buffaloes. This year here, he really struggled. He had about 30 points less than he normally has hit. Even defensively, he's normally a pretty solid glove. When I was in Kobe and saw them play at the Hotomoto field, he butchered a couple of balls over at third base. I think he was only charged with one error, but probably could have been two. Pitches on the way. There's a fastball that misses outside. It's going to be ball 4, and Mune is aboard with a walk. So Psyche has got himself in some trouble here. He singled to Nakagawa and a walk to Mune with nobody out, and that's going to bring Tomoya Mori to the plate. We're going to have ourselves a little break in the action here as the pitching coach is on his way to the mound. Our friend Robert in the house tonight, as is Rhodes Scholar, who says, let's go Buffaloes. Our friend Undrafted Player says he likes drinking the green tea. Well, I had a customer of mine come back from China in the summertime, and he brought me back some black tea, loose tea. Normally I drink the Earl Grey, or I also drink the other part, and the problem is that the loose tea, it's got a really nice flavor to it. I don't even know what it is. It's black tea. Well, that conference is over now on the mound. As the pitching coach has returned, Tomoya Mori at the plate. We've got Rhodes Scholar in the house and Louis Boyko in here as well. He says the British summertime has meant these starts were an hour earlier. Yeah, we change our clocks. I believe it's next weekend. North Americans do. And we were looking for the end of the daylight savings time, but the bill did not pass in the United States. We would have followed suit up north here too. Fastball swung on and lifted into the seats. Count is quickly 0-1 to Mori. Mori tonight 0-1. He struck out his first time up. He is 8 for 27 in the playoffs. Our friend Yatuyu says oolong is his tea, or his go-to tea. I found I was drinking a lot of coffee and a lot of tea, and we've cut up pretty much all the coffee except for 1 cup a day. There's a fastball that misses up and away to Mori. Count goes to 1-1. I prefer tea to coffee, but can drink it any time of day. Could even have a cup of coffee before I go to bed and still will fall right asleep. So 1-1 as Maury here waits on the offering from the righty Psyche, who holds to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. So Crimson Shadow in the house. He says, morning, new here and got into the NPB after I found out Japan has a teamed after his Tigers. He felt obligated. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, welcome to the program with us here as well, Crimson Shadow. So 1-2 to Mori. The runner at second, Nakagawa. The runner at first is Mune. Psyche dug himself a bit of a hole here. Here comes the pitch. As he kicks and delivers a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle. Fielded by the shortstop, Kanami. He steps on the bag and throws to first. And that's going to be a double play. It's going to advance Nakagawa over to third. So Mune erased for the first out of the inning. That's going to be a double play, 6-3 if you're keeping score along with us. That is going to bring up the first baseman, Yuma Tongu. Our friend Undrafted Player says that in his trips to the UK that a lot of the British folk like to put a little cloud of milk in the tea. I do that myself. But I can drink it black as well. It doesn't much make a difference, but I prefer milk in the tea. I don't use cream. Well, Uatagu coming to the plate, as we said, 1-for-1 tonight with the triple. He has scored the only Buffalo run. He's 5-for-13 in the playoffs, and the pitch is a fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. We were doing a game early in the year between the Buffaloes and the Golden Eagles, and Tongu had got hit in the head. Game was at the Rakuten Mobile Park, home of the Golden Eagles, and they had to carry Tongu off on a stretcher. And he missed a couple of weeks of action as he was in concussion protocol. It's a very scary scene. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Tongu. Friend Jackpot Guys in the house here. He says over 3 runs, first 5 innings. Is it a bit of a sweat here? Yeah, I don't know. I think the sweat might be finished because I think that's not going to hold. The way this game is shaping up right now, lots of unnecessary pitches in some regard. We're already at 61 pitches here for the right-hander Psyche. If he gets into the 5th inning, I'll be shocked. We'll have to wait and see what the Tigers have up their sleeves. This is a must-win game for them, so they can't waste time. If Psyche slightly falters, they're going to have to maybe think about getting to the bullpen as quick as they can. Fastball misses down to Tongu, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. Tongu to be followed by Marwin Gonzalez here if he's able to reach base. Right-hander against the right-hander as Psyche gets the sign from his catcher Sakamoto. Here comes the pitch. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count runs 3-1 to Tongu. We commented in the first inning, it was all 3 hitters that Psyche had faced he went to a full count on. And then, ironically, since then, he hasn't gone to a full count to anybody. Robert asked the question if this game is at the Cochin. Yes, it is. It is the home game for the Tigers here, the middle 3 games of the series. Yes, here's the 3-1 pitch. And there's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count is now 3-2. Tongu started to walk to first base. Now he does a long walk around the backside of the umpire. I don't think he was impressed with the call. I have to say that would be some home cooking. We've seen some entertaining calls here in this series, or at least calls that I find entertaining. And I have to say that for the most part, the players have really kept their composure with regards to the umpires. They really haven't had a whole lot to say. You can see the body language will tell you or speaks 1,000 words. They really don't say a whole lot with their tongues. Here comes the pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and Tongu's in the books. He's gone for out number 3, and so the Buffaloes waste an opportunity. They had 2 on with nobody out, then a double play and a strikeout end the inning. That's going to do it here for Oryx in the third. No runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was a runner left aboard. We're now through 2.5. Your score is the Tigers 2 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you guys for listening in with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Back, everybody. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters to come to bat here for the Tigers in their half of the third inning. That means Shota Morishita, Yusuke Oyama, and Sheldon Noisy to face the left-hander Sachiya Yamazaki, who will begin his third inning of work. 47 pitches for the left-hander through the first 2 innings as he delivers a first-pitch fastball that misses down to Morishita. Count is quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Left-hander working quickly again. It delivers a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes even, or goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Morishita. Morishita had a double and an RBI back in the first inning to open the scoring for the Tigers, as he takes a breaking ball upstairs, and the count now goes to 3-0 on Morishita. Yamazaki struggling with his command here as he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. He's only walked 1 batter in the first couple innings, but he has allowed 4 hits and a couple of runs. The Tigers probably should have done better with some of their opportunities as well, just like the Buffaloes. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into straightaway center field. Camping out underneath it is Nakagawa, and he makes the catch. And Morishita goes in the books for out number 1. That is 1 gone here in the third. We'll bring up the first baseman, Yusuke Oyama. Well, for Oyama, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up. He has really struggled here in the playoffs. 3 for 21. And he has not had any production. No homers and no RBIs. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Oyama. At times, when I watch him hit, the word confused comes to mind. It's unfortunate because he's a pretty solid player. As he swings through a breaking ball, and the count now goes to 0-2. There's a lot expected of him here in the playoffs for the Tigers. And he has yet to deliver. And so here comes the 0-2 offering as Yamazaki delivers a slow breaking ball that misses way outside. Count now is 1-2. As a reminder, tomorrow night we'll be back on with the same 2 teams. In the event that the Tigers win either tonight or tomorrow, then it'll be a Saturday. It'll be a 2:30 a.m. North American Pacific time start, As there's a fastball swung on, it is popped up over on the right side of the infield. Backpedaling is Gonzalez. He waves everybody off, and he's going to make the catch. And that will retire Oyama for the second out of the inning. Before the playoffs started, or at least in the first game, I gave my prediction of the Buffaloes in 6. So I do believe that the Tigers are going to win a ball game, at least one here at the Cochin, if not a couple. But being that if I've got the Buffaloes in 6, it's probably only one game for the Tigers at the Cochin. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on by Noisy, and this ball is going to get lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Sheldon Noisy's aboard with a 2-out single. So his bat is picking up some steam here now in the playoffs, as that is yet another hit. 3 games in a row now for Noisy with a knock. He's getting on fire at the right time. He just needs to get somebody to go with him. Well, that brings Teruaki Sato to the plate. He is 0 for 1 tonight. Speaking of somebody who needs to get it going, he is 4 for 25 in the playoffs. Batting 160. As he has stepped out of the batter's box, he's got to get him reset here. When you think of a player who really fills out a uniform, Sato is one of those ones. He really looks the part. And he has cut down on his strikeouts over the from his rookie year a few years ago. There's a breaking ball that he is chased after, and that's the home plate umpire goes up with the right hand, says he went around. So no balls and 1 strike to Sato. When I think of prospects, or at least prospects that would be major league prospects, Sato is definitely one of them. As we just have to wait here for a moment, as looks like our feed has been paused. We'll be able to resume this action in just a second. Sato, no balls and a strike, but as I said, he is physically, he looks the part. But then again, I remember a few years ago, there was a player named Drew Stubbs who played for the Cincinnati Reds and the Texas Rangers, and he looked like he filled out the parts as well. Tall, slender fella, looked all the part for the sport of baseball. As we said here, it's not our issues this time. It is issues with the folks that we're getting the feed from. So I know that that is for sure this time. We have the runner at first is Noisy. It's no balls and a strike to Sato. We are just waiting for the play to be able to resume here. And we are just waiting. As we said, we've had a pretty reliable feed for the most part. So it looks like we're going to just have to grin and bear it and wait it out here a bit. We'll go to our B feed, because usually what I do is I have 2 feeds going at one time. Our main feed, which is where we need to be, and then our backup feed, which is where we go to, and we have to have something just in reserve. So we'll check the backup feed and see if there's anything different over there. Certainly we'll stay with the main feed. Well, there's a fastball that misses outside to Sato. So now we've got it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So we missed a pitch. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting third baseman. And in fact, not only that, I think we've even got a better, clear view of the game now. This is fantastic. Here's the pitch. There's a breaking ball, waved that and missed. Sato goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. And he is in the books. No runs in the inning. There was the hit by Noisy. There was no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 3 complete. Your score is the Tigers 2 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Crimson Shadow says what he understands is the difference between, or at least between the teams, is the Tigers have a team that rely on elite pitching. Buffaloes are an offensive dynamo with a guy that does fist of the North Star poses. Yeah, well, Sugimoto is not in the lineup. He's injured, and I don't think he's going to see any action at all in the Nippon series. But as far as everybody else is concerned, the action that we have here tonight, it's going to be Gonzalez, Kirbiashi, and Noguchi here to come to bat. And the first pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Gonzalez. Gonzalez 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up, 3 for 21 in the playoffs. But he's had hits in each of the last 2 games. He is starting to catch a little bit of fire. As the pitch is a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 1-1. To be honest, I think the pitching for both teams is very good. The Buffaloes have a lot of depth, and they have some bullpen depth, as we saw on display the last couple of nights. Fastball misses down, and the count is 2-1. Hirano at the back end. You've got Utagawa. You've got the other Yamazaki. That can lock down the latter part of the ball game. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. It's now 3 balls and a strike to Gonzalez. Our friend Louis says double feeds. Yeah, we are prepared. We always have this time here of the year, you never know if one goes down, you got to have the other one ready, but sometimes they're not in sync. As there's a fastball that misses inside, and it's going to be a leadoff walk here issued to Gonzalez. And that's a problem here for Psyche tonight. 3 of the 4 innings, he has allowed the leadoff hitter to reach base. And only one time he's been burned, and that was the triple by Tongu, who was brought home by Kirbiashi. And that brings Kirbiashi to the plate. He's 1 for 1 tonight. He's got a single and an RBI, as he knocked home the only Buffalo run of the game. Our friend Sweepa says he needs Psyche off the mound so he can cash in on the under on the Ks. I don't know what your under was, as Psyche steps off the back of the rubber and fakes the throw to first. Kirbiashi already tipping his hat. He is squaring to bunt here. Interesting, he's had a pretty good playoff. He's 6 for 20, is Kirbiashi, but yet they're going to try to chip away to get this run back here, and that's got him in the position here to bunt. Buffaloes, at least in my opinion, when we've watched them play, they don't seem to bunt as much as some of the other teams. I guess when you hit as well as they do, as there's a ball that is bunted foul over on the first base side, the count is 0-1. Kirbiashi in last night's game had an opportunity to drop a sacrifice bunt, and he popped out to the catcher. And he is got to get the job done here again, but he almost popped that one up where it was playable again. Sweepa says under 5.5 strikeouts. Yeah, 5.5 strikeouts by our count here. It looks like he's got 4 here tonight. So you don't have a whole lot of wiggle room left to play here. You can let him have 1 more, and that's about it. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 1-1. My guess, at least in my opinion here, he may go 5 innings. He's at 72 pitches right now here in the 4th. You just got to find a way not to... He's got to find some sort of way to be able to chase him through 5, but maybe give him 1 more through this 2 innings or so that he's got left on the mound. I would say he's probably gone by the end of the 5th. Again, Kirbiashi squaring to bunt as the right-hander comes set. Here's the pitch. Fastball bunted this time down the first base line, fielded neatly by the first baseman Oyama, who throws to the second baseman covering. Going to be a sacrifice 3-4 to retire Kirbiashi. He's gone for the first out of the inning. Marwin Gonzalez is going to advance over to second. Friend CV baseball card collector in the house, we welcome you to the feed tonight. Our friend down in California, a little early morning baseball action for him. Caesar, I don't know how you do it with these late night hours. especially if you're having to deal with kids in the morning. So that brings Tomoya Noguchi to the plate. Noguchi has struck out his only time up. Runner Gonzalez is in scoring position at second base. One gone here in the fourth. 2-1 Tigers have the lead. Beautiful night for baseball in Osaka. As the right-hander holds and he kicks and delivers. Fastball misses down for a ball. The count is 1-0. Noguchi 4 for 10 in the playoffs. He's got no homers and an RBI. Our friend Jackpot Guy says, let's tie it up. Well, you got 2 cracks to do it here with Noguchi and Haruka. And then it'll be the pitcher's spot in the batting order. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs. The count is 2-0. And this is the great part of the old school National League style, where if the righty Sakai, or Saiki, I should say, is able to retire Noguchi, then they have to ask the question, do you face Haruka? Do you walk him? Because you got the pitcher's spot afterwards. And we're still early enough in the game where you could do that, where you don't have to worry about a pinch hitter coming up. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. My friend CV says he listens and drifts off. Yeah, sometimes I have a way with that there, CV. I can put people to sleep. But we're glad you're here with us tonight, listening in to Game 4 of the Japan series between the Buffaloes and the Tigers. So here comes the 2-1 pitch from Saiki. He kicks and delivers. Fastball misses down. Good stop there by Sakamoto. Runs the count now to 3-1. Saiki has only walked 1 batter tonight. I checked that, 2 batters tonight. He is on the verge of walking Tomoya Noguchi here. 3 balls and 1 strike to Noguchi. Runner at second, Gonzalez. Saiki checks the runner, and now he kicks and fires. Fastball misses upstairs. It's going to be ball 4. That's going to put Noguchi on. And that'll bring up the left fielder, Taishi Haruka. We'll see here. We'll keep an eye on the pitching coach, but it is going to bring in the shortstop, Kanami, to have a word with his pitcher. Probably just to talk over the situation, probably to remind him that if it's a comebacker to the pitcher, he wants the ball. Robert says, is it a Buffalo channel or a Tiger channel? Got home from a 14-hour shift, drinking some beer while the kids are getting ready for school. To be honest with you, Robert, neither one. We don't support. We're pretty much a neutral. We enjoy Japanese baseball, and that is the main thing here. We don't have a particular, there's certain things about the teams that I like. We have a tendency to do more Pacific League games than we do Central games during the year. As that fastball misses upstairs and the count is 1-0. Sometimes it's a little harder to get the Central feeds than it is the Pacific feeds. Pacific feeds are a lot easier to obtain. So 1 ball and no strikes. So generally probably lean a little bit more toward the Pacific League. Yet though, when I was in Japan and saw 9 games recently, 7 of them were in the Central League. As that fastball is swung on, it is lifted into straightaway center field. Chikamoto makes the catch, and he comes up firing back into the infield, and that is going to retire Haruka for the second out of the inning. So fly ball to center field for out number 2, and that'll leave it up to the pitcher, Tsuchiya Yamazaki. Well, for Yamazaki, he is 0 for 1. He has flown out to right field his only time up. He bats here with runners at first and second and 2 gone here in the fourth. As a reminder, we appreciate everybody for listening in with us tonight. We will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow as well, so be sure to stop in tomorrow for more action. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to bookmark us so you can find us again when we're on again. So Saiki working himself to the set position. He checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. Count is 0-1 to Yamazaki. Runner at second, Gonzalez. Runner at first, Noguchi. 2 gone here in the fourth. Tigers clinging to a 2-1 lead. As the left-handed hitting Yamazaki waits here on the offering from his counterpart, Saiki. There's a fastball swung on, and this is lifted foul over on the third base side. The count is 0-2. Our friend Rhodes Scholar pumping his fist for the Buffaloes. I'm pumping my fist for a Tiger victory over the next 2 nights because we want to see Game 6 on Saturday. That would be a lot of fun in the Saturday late night. Of course, North Americans will be changing their clocks, so we'll fall back an hour. Have to take a look to see how that is going to leave us. Can make it a lot more difficult to call the game. There's a fastball swung on and missed. And Yamazaki is in the books. That is the 5th strikeout here recorded by Saiki. And that is going to retire Yamazaki for the 3rd out of the inning. And that will do it here in the 4th. There was no runs in the inning. There were no hits. There was no errors. And there were 2 runners left aboard. We're now moving to the bottom of the 4th inning. Your score is the Tigers 2 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for listening in with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a couple moments. Our friend Game Journey in the house. He says 6:29 a.m. in Connecticut, and appreciate the play-by-play, and we appreciate you for being here with us. Hang tight, everybody. Buffaloes are coming out onto the field, and it'll be the Tigers to bat. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat for the Tigers. This is where the chess match comes in. I wonder if Sakamoto and Kanami got on, if Saiki would come to bat, or if they would allow him to hit. And as I said, this is where the National League, old school National League rules come in with the pitcher hitting. First pitch, breaking ball, swung on and fouled away over on the third base side. The count is quickly 0-1 to Sakamoto. Sakamoto 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up. 5 for 20 in the playoffs. Tigers have themselves a 2-1 lead, but if I'm Hanshin here, they got to be looking for some more here. I don't think 2-1 is going to hold up in this one. As there's a fastball swung on, is grounded softly to second, fielded by Gonzalez. He throws to first, and Sakamoto retired on a ground out 4-3. He's in the books for out number 1, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Seiya Kanami. Well, Kanami has been the hottest hitter in the Tigers lineup. 1 for 1 tonight, scored the second run of the ballgame for Hanshin. 11 for 22 in the playoffs. He's been absolutely on fire, and the base hit that he had the first time, you have to tip your hat to him. It was a hustle hit. He chopped the ball over the pitcher's head, and now he squares to bunt and almost wears a fastball inside. It looked like he wanted to try to drag it down the first baseline. That was a pitch that came up and in by Yamazaki, so 1 ball and no strikes. That'll clean your sinus passages for sure. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. Our friend Robert says he likes Japanese baseball. He said he saw 3 games in Koshin. He saw the Buffaloes get the best of his Tigers. We appreciate you for listening in there as that fastball misses down. Check that. It was now going to run the count to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. As the lefty kicks and delivers again, there's a breaking ball that is tapped foul over on the first base side. The count goes to 2-2. I got a chance to see 9 games in 17 nights in Japan through the end of August and early September. Got a chance to see 6 different stadiums. The only one I kind of lament not getting to was Chiba. I'd actually made a mistake in my purchases. There's a fastball swung on, is grounded over to short, fielded by Kobayashi. He fires to first. It's going to be a ground out 6-3 to retire Kanami. So 2 up and 2 away. Quizku Crawler says Oryx win. Well, right now the Tigers have the lead. Do I think Oryx is going to win tonight? I don't think so. Sweepa says Japanese boxing is super entertaining too. A lot of things in Japan are just super fun. Yeah. Japan has got some entertaining stuff, that's for sure. There's a first pitch fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Saiki. I was talking about it a little bit last night in the stream, and I said there's a breaking ball that swung on and missed, and the count is 0-2. I equate Japanese baseball to basketball in the United States, where Japanese baseball is like college basketball. The NBA is like the MLB. There's a breaking ball that misses down, but the home plate umpire says Sankey went around on it, and he goes down on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. I'll come back and finish my thoughts in the next half on that. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We are now through 4 complete. Your score is the Tigers 2 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang out, everybody. We'll be back here in just a couple moments. I'll tell you why I think it's like college basketball to the NBA when I return in just a few. It is the Buffaloes coming to bat, and somebody we won't see tonight, or in this series for that matter, is Yutaro Sugimoto.
Hello? Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in. Check them out. Leave a like, tell other people. But Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And our friend Chris is listening on a bit of delay. He says he's a little bit behind us. We always welcome him to the stream as he's listening from the UK. Our friend God is great back in the stream as well. I started to make the comment in the last half inning. I was saying about how, in my opinion, that the NPB is very much similar to what college basketball is to the NBA. You're not quite as good, and it's not meant to be offensive to anybody. And I'll elaborate what I mean by this. Is one thing I think the Japanese do well is they really want the development of their players. So they limit the number of import players that you can have in a game. So you can have 4 in a game sheet, and you can have 3 in a game at one time. And so when you sometimes watch ground balls that are hit to the shortstop side, they don't have the O'Neill Cruzes, the Latin American guys that can throw the ball 97 across the infield. They don't have those type of players. So you could end up getting base hits that maybe in Major League Baseball that you don't get. As there's a fastball delivered to Kai Nakagawa, taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Nakagawa 1 for 2 tonight. A single in 2 trips as the pitch is delivered, and it's a fastball missing outside. The count goes to 1-1. Nakagawa, Mune, and Mori, the top of the order here to face Saiki. 83 pitches as he entered the inning here. I would have to think they got to be on high alert for his pitch count. There's a fastball swung on, it's hammered foul down the third base line, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Nakagawa. But as I was saying before, it is just those type of things. If you've got a player who could throw 95 across the infield and you've got somebody else who throws 88, it could be the difference between a out by a half step or a safe by a half step over at first base. And it's not to say that there aren't great players in Japan, because there really are. I mean, you think of the likes of Roki Sasaki, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. I really like Kona Takahashi, the pitcher for the Lions. There's a number of players that are in, Okamoto for the Giants that could easily come over and apply their trade in Major League Baseball. Hayato Sakamoto is probably a little long in the tooth now. Fastball swung on and lifted foul. Count remains at 1-2. But with that being said, they make the quality of the league as well, as they are very good players and respected players in their own right in the Japanese league. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nakagawa as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and there goes the over-under as Nakagawa is the 6th strikeout recorded tonight. So our friend Sweepa, who was looking for the under, you're not going to get it. That's strikeout number 6 in the books. That's going to bring up Yuma Mune to the plate. Well, for Mune, he is 0 for 1 tonight officially. He is also walked in his 2 trips. Flew out to left field back in the first inning and raced in a double play. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right center field. This ball's trouble. This ball is going to get down. Cutting it off before it gets to the wall is Chikamoto, but Mune is going to cruise into second with a 1-out double. He absolutely smoked that ball into the pull gap. So he is standing on second with 1 gone, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Tomoya Mori. As I said, based on what I'm watching here, I can't see Saiki coming back out for a 6th inning. It has nothing to do with his pitch count. I just think that they're really starting to time him up a little bit here, and there have been some loud balls hit. So Mori stepping to the plate. He has struck out, and he has bounced into a double play. 8 for 28 in the playoffs. As the right-hander works himself to the set, he checks the runner at second base, and now he kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep center field. Moving back onto the warning track is Chikamoto. Tagging at second is Mune. Here comes the throw, and it's going to get cut off. Mune slides into third safely. That's going to be a fly ball for out number 2. Mori sent it right to the deepest part of the ballpark. But Chikamoto able to run it down for out number 2. We were talking about loud outs. Well, there's a loud out right there for you. He hit that ball a country mile, just wasn't deep enough, but backed up Chikamoto to the warning track to have to make the catch. And that brings up Yuma Tongu to the plate. So for Tongu, he is 1 for 2. He has a triple in 2 trips. He's also struck out. He is 5 for 14 in the playoffs. Our friend Jackpot Guy says he needs to get this run in here. Yeah, we are in the top of the 5th inning. This is the time of the ball game where those of you who are playing your over-unders you're going to have your challenges as that fastball misses up and away and the count is 1-0. I'm not mistaken, it was a combined 3.5, I think somebody said earlier on, for the first 5. Well, if you took the over, right now you're sitting on the under. Here comes the pitch. As the right-hander delivers, it's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. The good news is, for those who may have played the over, in the bottom of the inning, it'll be the top of the order coming up for the Tigers. So they have a chance to do some damage as well. It looks like the pitching coach is on the phone to the bullpen. Probably got some action going there. There's the pitch. Breaking ball drops in for a called strike. It's now 2 balls and a strike here to Tongu. Marwin Gonzalez, the switch hitter, is on deck, so be curious to see what they would decide how they were going to approach him, if they'll turn him around to the other side. And here comes the pitch from Psyche. He kicks and delivers. Fastball just misses down. I'm not sure where that pitch was. So as we said earlier tonight, the umpiring is sometimes a little bit on the suspect side. We'll get a look at that replay there. That pitch looked darn good. But with that being said, it's not like it's one-sided to one team or the other. He's been equally as questionable for both pitchers here tonight, as have been the calls in the series. So not like anybody is getting picked on in particular. So here comes the offering from the right-hander. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball. Swung on it, is popped up over on the right side. It's in foul territory. Camping out underneath it is Oyama. He's there and makes the catch. And that is going to do it, as Tongu is retired. No runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left to board. We're through 4.5. It is the Tigers 2 and the Buffaloes 1. Nathan said he almost took the over. He says he's just been hanging out. And Alexander Leggett in the house. We welcome you to the stream as always. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action, everybody. We appreciate you guys for being here with us. It is a 2-1 lead for the Tigers as we move to the bottom half of the 5th inning. We'll be back in just a few. We are moving to the bottom half of the 5th inning. We'll be back in just a few with all the action, everybody. We appreciate you guys for hanging out here with us tonight. It is a 2-1 ball game. We'll be back after this tune. Welcome back, everybody. It's the top of the order, and that means Koji Chikamoto, Takumu Nakano, and Shota Morishita to face the lefty Yamazaki, who has already fallen behind to Chikamoto with a ball, and now he delivers a breaking ball for a called strike, and we're now even at 1-1. Chikamoto tonight has reached both times with base hits. He's got 2 singles and 2 trips, and there's a fastball swung on, and this ball is going to be lined into right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. So Chikamoto aboard with the 3rd hit tonight for himself. And he is a leadoff single here. Now we got to keep an eye on him here. Last time this occurred, we had Nakano in a situation where he bunted him over to second, and then they had a couple of cracks to bring him home. We'll see if they employ the same strategy as they did in the first inning. The hot-hitting Morishita, or suddenly hot-hitting Morishita, is waiting on deck. Nakano, Morishita, Oyama, as we said here, and they are squaring the bunt for Nakano. As the lefty Yamazaki kicks and delivers, it is bunted, it's down, it's a good one. Fielded by Yamazaki, he throws to first, and it's off the base. Oh, it has taken Gonzalez off of the base, and that's going to be an error on the pitcher. Nakano is going to reach safely. That's going to put runners at first and second, and that is going to set the Koshin fans into a frenzy. A relatively routine play, and Yamazaki has butchered it. Now they've got the pitching coach coming out, and by all accounts, the manager Nakajima out as well. That looks like it's going to be the end of the night for the pitcher. What a way to end your night. So it's E1 charge to the pitcher Nakano. Chikamoto safe at second. We're going to be back in just a couple moments. We've got ourselves a pitching change here. Hang tight, everybody. The Tigers are on the prowl, and they're looking to add a couple more runs here in the inning. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rodemacher coming back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool to go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. Pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Well, the pitcher might be coming in, but we're not ready yet as we're still on commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action here. We'll see who they are going to be bringing in here. Your score is 2-1 for the Tigers in the bottom of the fifth inning. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Welcome back, everybody. The night is done for Sachiya Yamazaki. His night is over, and the Buffaloes have gone to the bullpen. That was a relatively routine play. He had come off the mound to make the play, but he airmailed it. He didn't really step and fire the ball. It had pulled Gonzalez off the bag. Gonzalez did a great job to have to come off the bag into fair territory, to have to retrieve it. Otherwise, that could have been even more trouble than what it was, but Yamazaki's night is done at 4+ innings of work. They did not waste any time taking him out of the ball game. It is going to be Morishita coming to the plate. So one would have to assume it is going to be a right-hander on the mound. We still haven't even got the update on it yet. As Morishita does dive in, I guess we're going to get the look at it as everybody else will. Going to have to get on the horn to the NPB office to ask them what they're doing, as they're still focused in here. So here comes the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It looks like it's Higa on the mound, as that is exactly who it is. So they've gone to the right-hander. This is Mataki Higa. Hope I said his first name right, as he is now on in relief. And the first pitch was a ball delivered to Morishita. So 1-0. He's already fallen behind in the count. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-0. If you've never seen Higa pitch, he has got this really funky delivery. He's got a really quick leg kick, and he's a very low 3/4 arm, practically sidearm type thrower. And the ball's got a lot of funk going on it as it dips and dives in different directions. So Higa will give a different look. He can induce a lot of ground balls, but he has fallen behind 2-0 here to Morishita. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. Our friend Nathan P says he can't wait for Halloween candy to go on sale. That's kind of funny that you say that. Is that sometimes they rip the Halloween candy off the shelves pretty quick and repack it for Christmas. You might have a better chance of getting Christmas candy on sale today than the Halloween stuff. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, does Higa. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the left side. Kirbiashi fields it. He goes to second for one. Back to first. It's not in time. That's going to be a fielder's choice. It's going to erase Nakano at second, 6-4. He'll be gone for the first out. Chikamoto is going to reach third safely, and Morishita is safe on the fielder's choice. And that'll bring up the first baseman, Yusuke Oyama. Well, for Oyama, if you're the Buffaloes, this is the guy you want at the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out, and he has popped out to second. 3 for 22 in the playoffs. So he's got a chance here to make amends. The Tigers, with runners on the corners and one out, looking to add to their lead here. But we'll also keep an eye on some base running shenanigans. They do have speed at third base with Chikamoto. So I am curious to see if they're going to put Morishita in motion. Morishita is not a known base stealer, but he can run. It's not like he's a lemon on the base paths. So Oyama digging in, waiting on the first offering. Morishita establishes his lead over at first. And here comes the pitch. Fastball misses down for a ball, and the count is quickly 1-0. Tomoya Mori had given all the signals for the first and third defense, whatever the Buffaloes have chosen to employ. So the runner at third, Chikamoto, runner at first, Morishita, one gone here in the fifth. Right-hander Higa holds set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to short. Kirbiashi to second for one. Back to first, not in time, and that's going to get a run in. So yet another fielder's choice. I wonder if they'll challenge this just out of principle because it was a pretty close play. It erases Morishita 6-4. That's the fielder's choice at second base. He's gone for out number 2, but Chikamoto crosses the plate with the third run of the ball game for the Tigers. Tough play there by Kirbiashi. He did well to have to get into the 6-hole to field it. Nah, it's not worth making a challenge. Oyama beat that out fairly comfortably. So he gets himself an RBI. And that's going to bring up the left fielder, Sheldon Noisy. Our friend Banjo says he doesn't feel so good. And Jackpot Guy says, let's go. That's the over in the first 5. And there you have it. So Sheldon Noisy at the plate here. He is a 1 for 2 tonight. And the pitch is a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count is quickly 1-0. Noisy now 6 for 24 in the playoffs, as he's putting together a nice Japan series here. He waits here on the offering from the right-hander Higa. As Higa works himself to the belt, now delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1. Just as a reminder for our listeners, if you are new to the stream, between the 5th and the 6th innings, we like to call it Japanese halftime. This is where they take an extended break in between innings, and we will as well. We'll put the music on loop, and we'll go get ourselves a update on our coffee or our tea. I'm not sure, probably leaning toward tea. And we will be back in a few minutes once this is completed. And there's a breaking ball swung on it. It has popped up over on the right side of the infield. Noisy's ticked. But coming over to make the catch is Tongu, and that will finish Noisy for the third out of the inning. He's gone for out number 3, but the Tigers add to their lead. There was 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 1 hit. There was an error, and there was 1 runner left aboard. Your score, as we are now through 5 complete, it is the Tigers 3 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few after this. We'll put our music on loop, and you can enjoy a little bit of this cheer here tonight. We'll be right back. Well, we got ourselves a 3-1 ball game as we're moving to the top of the sixth inning, and they are just about ready to resume the action here. And we have the hitters coming up for the Buffaloes will be Marwin Gonzalez, Kentaro Kobayashi, and Tomoya Noguchi. We're just waiting here to see if they are going to keep with Psyche or if they're going to be making a change. The crowd here is in good vibes, that is for sure, as the back half of the ball game is ready to get itself going. Tigers need a victory here to even the series, and it is a left-hander on the mound, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down to Gonzalez, and the count is quickly 1-0. So both teams have now gone to the bullpen. The left-hander that is in place for the Tigers, this is number 47. This is Kirishiki, Takuma Kirishiki, as that fastball is taken for a called strike, and the count is now 1-1. Gonzalez 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking and has walked in his 2 trips. This is the first time he has turned around to have to bat from the right side as the lefty kicks and delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 1-2. So both of the starters are gone, and it is going to be a battle of the bullpens from here on out. Both bullpens are pretty decent. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on and tapped foul over on the third base side. Good job there by Gonzalez to stay alive as the count remains at 1-2. I certainly would like to see a lot more Central League games. I was starting to tell the story a little bit last night. We got interrupted a couple of times just because of our feed. We had Dudgus in here. He is listening to us on Twitch. We appreciate you for being here. Our friend Jay Funk in the house tonight. He says he needs 2 more runs. That will be a bit of a nail-biter. There's a fastball swung on. This is going to be lined into center field for a base hit past the glove of the second baseman, Nakano. And Gonzalez is aboard with a leadoff single here in the 6th inning. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Kentaro Kobayashi. Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Kobayashi. He's 1 for 1 tonight, and he has a sacrifice bunt. He is 6 for 20 in the playoffs. I say interesting to see what they're going to do because the last time he came up, they were playing for the 1 run. Now they find themselves down 2, so I'll be curious to see if they let him swing the bat. Kobayashi enjoyed himself a nice season, his best season in the NPB. It seems like he's been around forever. 21-year-old shortstop has been in the league for 4 years. Breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Kobayashi. Kobayashi bats from the right side against the left-handed throwing Karashiki as he holds set at the belt. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, lifted foul down the right field line. It's going to reach the seats. Count is 1-1. We're in the top of the 6th inning. And as we had mentioned before, this game here, if you want to point to must-wins or have-to-win ball games, it's got to be a must-win game for the Tigers here tonight. To be 2-2 after this ball game here, it sky's the limit for either team, but to be down 3-1 makes it really difficult to have to win 3 ball games the rest of the way. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined into right field, and moving over is Morishita. He's there to make the catch, and that's going to send Gonzalez back to first base. You got to say that Kobayashi hit the ball hard, but right to the glove of Morishita. He's gone for the first out of the inning. 1 away, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Noguchi. Well, for Noguchi, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He has struck out and walked. 4 for 10 in the playoffs for the Buffaloes right fielder. We are just after 8 o'clock local time, 8:12 to be exact. Sky is dark. The moon is out. And the left-hander works himself to the belt. Here comes the first offering to Noguchi. As he kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball waved at and missed. The count is quickly 0-1. And this is the time of the game where you have to start making the decisions. We were talking a little bit about this last night. Higa on in relief. The pitcher's spot comes after Haruka. And you have to start wondering if the pitcher spot comes up, is Higa going to be pinch hit for? But mind you, if they don't get to the pitcher's spot, does he stay in the ball game? So this is where the chess match comes in and how they have to manage their pitching and their bullpen here between now and the end of the ball game. And would you waste a pinch hitter in that situation? I think I would if he was coming to bat here in this inning with runners on base. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Noguchi. Great night for baseball in Japan. And of course, everybody who is listening in here with us, we do appreciate everybody for jumping in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. As the 1-1 is on the way, it's a fastball that misses down. A good stop there by Sakamoto, as he's able to keep it in front of him. It's now going to run the count to 2-1 on Noguchi. Not only a good crowd on hand at the stadium, a good crowd on hand in our chat tonight for a Wednesday morning North American time. It's a little bit later for some folks than it is for others, but we're glad everybody can be in here tonight. Don't forget, if you're going to have a couple of beverages, to drink responsibly, especially when you guys are putting your nickels and dimes down on stuff for those over-unders or the final outcomes. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to first. They go to second for one, back to first, and it's going to be a double play, and that is going to end the inning. Nice play there. And Gonzalez, he did an interesting job. He wanted to sort of induce the tag or something from the first baseman. That's going to go in the books as a double play, 3-6-3 on the putout. And that will do it here for the Buffaloes in their half of the inning. No runs, one hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the sixth. Your score is the Tigers 3 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. We appreciate you guys for listening in with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this.
Hello? Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in. Check them out. Leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. In turn, we support Steve Rademacher. Be sure after the game to go check him out, as he's got a Whatnot Wednesday that has dropped today. Our friend Quiz Crawler asked the question, Oryx win? I don't know if you're asking a question or if you're wanting us to help you out. The score is across the bottom of the screen. That is what we have there. So can Oryx win? Of course they can. It's 3-1. We got a lot of time left in this game. Are they winning? No, they're not. So there's your answer right there. So have a beer, enjoy the game, and sit back and relax with us. It's going to be Sato, Sakamoto, and Kanami, as it is the right-hander Shota Abi who is in the ball game here to now be on in relief. Right-hander has replaced Higa here in the 6th inning, as there's a fastball swung on and belted foul down the right field line. Count now quickly goes to 0-2 on Sato. Sato 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out both of his times to the plate. But he is first time facing Shota Abi here. So right-hander against the left-hander. Abi holds at the belt, though there's nobody on, pitching from the stretch. Delivers a fastball that just misses outside. The count goes to 1-2 on Sato. Our friend Dragovich in the house, he says 3-1 for Hanshin. Yes, it is. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-2. Louis Marrero says underlocked. Oh, I don't know about that. I have a feeling there could be a couple of more runs scored in this game, depending on what your under was in at. There's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Oh, Sato stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 1. That's the 3rd time tonight he has gone in the books via the strikeout. And his Nippon series has been more and more confusing for him, as he's now 4 for 27 in the playoffs. Really struggling to find anything to get going. Well, that's going to bring up the catcher, Seishiro Sakamoto. Sakamoto 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and grounded out in his 2 trips to the plate. As the right-hander Abi kicks and delivers, it is a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Sakamoto 4 for 21 in the playoffs. As there's a breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to short. Kobayashi fields it. He fires to first. Nice play there by the first baseman Tongu to have to pick it out of the dirt. And is going to retire Sakamoto. That's a ground out 6-3. So 2 quick outs here in the 6th inning, and that's going to leave it up to the shortstop, Seiya Kanami. Louis says under 6. Yeah, you're in that's a tough spot to be in there, Louis. I'm not sure if I would want to be in those shoes. That's for sure. It's going to you're probably going to be either a half under, or you're probably going to be either 5 or 7. I can just smell it coming. Here comes the first pitch to Kanami. It's a fastball that misses upstairs for a ball. Kanami 1 for 2 tonight. He scored the 2nd run of the ball game when he was brought home on an RBI single by Chikamoto. There's a fastball that is swung on and fouled away, and the count goes even to 1-1. Outstanding playoffs so far here for the Hanshin shortstop. He is 11 for 23 at the plate. He bats here from the left side against Abi, who's ready to go again. He kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul into the seats down the left field line, and the count goes now to 1-2. Only once tonight have the Buffaloes retired the Tigers 1-2-3, and they've got a chance to do it here, as Kanami is in the hole at 1-2. Here comes the pitch. There's a fastball that swung on, and it is lined foul down the left field line, and the count remains at 1-2. Friend Quizku keeps asking the question: Oryx win or no? No, I don't know what he's They're losing 3-1. The ticker is across the bottom of the screen. But if you're asking if you think they're going to win, I've been saying it all night. No, I don't. There's the fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow left field. Oh, and moving back on it, it was a zoo route there by Haruka. He started in on the ball, and then he had the retreat to have to make the catch. He almost turned an out into an extra base hit, but he is able to haul it in, and that is going to retire Kanami for the third out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We are now through 6 complete. We're getting into the back third of the ball game. Your score is the Hanshin Tigers 3 and the Buffaloes 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. We appreciate you guys for listening with us tonight. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the game. And check out his fridge.
Steve here from outside his refrigerator that a lot of you like so much. So let's go inside. There's my hot sauces and other stuff. Let's see what we can do here for Freddie. Awesome game, Freddie. Keep up the good work. We love the baseball. So why don't we rip open Garbage Pail Kids just for you and the listeners. Large Marge, she belongs in the fridge. Liberty Libby, well, she belongs down here on the beer. Apple Corey, hey, he's pretty cool. Put him on that beer up here. And Target Margaret. All Series 3 Chrome Garbage Pail Kids. Freddie, back to you in the game, and everybody else, please enjoy everything he does and tip him nicely.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving here to the top of the 7th inning. It is supposed to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat. That would be Haruka, Yamazaki, or check that, the pitcher's spot, and Nakagawa. So we'll see who they're going to bat in the pitcher's spot in the batting order. The first pitch delivered to Haruka is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The lefty Kirishiki is on for his second inning of work. Came on in the last half inning as the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Not sure if Quizco is asking exactly what the score is, but as much as he's asking if the Buffaloes can come back, if I knew that, I would be giving out free money on the channel, because I would tell all the gamblers that are in here exactly what is going to happen. And based on the way I can make my picks sometimes, I don't know, but not convinced that the Buffaloes are going to win this game tonight. I've been saying it since the start of the stream. Fastball down, and the count goes to 2-1. And the reason for that is that this is a must-win game for the Tigers. If the Tigers lose tonight, they would have to basically win 3 in a row, and I just don't think they can do it going into the other ball game. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and missed. Count now goes to 2-2 on Haruka. And while I'm at it giving out free money, the other part is I'd also give out the lotto numbers as well, the Powerball numbers. Everybody would be a millionaire or a billionaire or whatever it would be. So I think we've answered that question ad nauseum there. No, I don't think the Buffaloes can win tonight. But I guess we're going to find out in another hour or so. There's a fastball swung on, it's grounded over to third. And with defense like that, you never know what's going to happen. Sato's night at the plate with 3 strikeouts has been a tough night. And now he boots a ball over at third base, and the Buffaloes have early life here. So E5 on the books here. That is the first error tonight that I can see on my scorecard for the Tigers. We know that the Buffaloes have made an error with the pitcher. It was a tough play there. He tried to take it on the short hop, and it ended up coming off the heel of the glove. Our friend Cod is great is letting everybody know who's going to win today. As we said, Tigers, I think, get the win here today. But after that, it's going to be all Buffaloes from here on out. Well, we got a pinch hitter. It's going to be Leandro Cedeno. He's coming to bat for the pitcher. Cedeno has had himself a decent playoff. Of course, he has been in the lineup when they've had the designated hitter. So Cedeno, he does play some first base from time to time, but not getting the action here as they throw over to first, and getting back in time is Haruka. Interesting to see that they would burn Cedeno in this situation. I'm kind of curious as to where, although a 2-run homer would tie the game up, but I would have figured they might have saved them for one more time through, although that one more time through may never, ever happen. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now is 0-1 to Cedeno. God is great is already into the sauce, I think, because he's predicting a Hanshin win tomorrow. I don't think that's going to happen. I haven't seen the pitching matchup for tomorrow night. They haven't announced it yet. Keep refreshing that NPB website. They usually announce at some point after the game. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats well behind the home plate side of first base. 0-2 to Cedeno. Road Scholar says, do we not see the same Buffalo score 3 in the 9th before? Yeah, well, Buffaloes could do some night's game for the Tigers to have to win 3 straight games. That's not going to happen in the series. So today is a must win. Even if the Tigers did win tomorrow night, going back to play at the Casera Dome, the needle will point to the Buffaloes, where I still think it could go 7 games and they can win it out, as that fastball misses outside. Tigers are in tough, no matter how you slice it. And of course, the locals prefer the Tigers a lot more than they do the Buffaloes for a multitude of reasons. There's a fastball that just misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-2. So if you're asking the locals, probably, I guess in my opinion, is that this might be the worst scenario or the worst matchup for the Tigers. At least if you would have had everybody in the Kansai region on your side, if you would have had to play possibly the Marines, it would have been an easy thing. Everybody would have jumped on the Tiger bandwagon with that. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. As the lefty kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded through the 6-hole into left field, and Cedeno has got himself a base hit. And now the Buffaloes have got something brewing here. They've got runners at first and second, and that error looms large here by Sato. So runners at first and second with nobody out, and that brings up the top of the order in Kai Nakagawa. Our friend Jay says a walk here would be brilliant. Well, maybe even a hit batter here would do the trick as well. Well, that looks like that's a quick night for Cedeno. He gets a base hit, and they're going to bring in a pinch runner for him. Not sure who it is, but it looks like Oda. And that's exactly who it is. As Oda is coming in to run, this is Yuya Oda. He is the runner at first. They have a conference on the mound as the pitching coaches come out to talk about the strategy, as Kai Nakagawa will be the hitter coming to bat. Nakagawa 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single in 3 trips. Our friend Nathan P says, come on over, pay for today's coffee. That's how I kind of measure when we started doing the streams, when we finally got monetized just over a year ago. We were measuring the amount of money that we would make on YouTube in coffees. And now it's been changed to bowls of ramen. So if I had bowls of ramen, I might be able to eat for a month. Maybe. Well, it looks like Nakagawa is going to be squaring to bunt here. I don't know how much Nakagawa's bunted during the year, especially when he's been in the 3-hole. But he is being asked to drop one down. The runner at second is Haruka. The runner at first is Oda. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that he bunts right through. And that is a strike here. It's going to be 0-1 to Nakagawa. Our friend Nathan says a ramen diet sounds good. Yes. A steady diet of ramen. So no balls and 1 strike to Nakagawa. The runner, Haruka, at second. The runner first is Cedeno. Buffaloes are trying to get something going here. Here's the pitch. It's bunted. It's down. It is fielded by the pitcher who fires to first. And a nice job there by Kirishiki to get off the mound to field it and fire out Nakagawa, but he does the job. It's a sacrifice, 1-4. He's in the books for the first out of the inning. Haruka advances to third. Oda, the pinch runner, advances over to second, and that is going to bring up the third baseman, Yuma Mune. And so Mune is 1 for 2 tonight. He had a double his last time up. He absolutely smoked the ball into the pull gap. He's walked and he's flown out to left field. 8 for 28. Now I have to say, if the Buffaloes, if you want somebody to come to bat in this situation, I would, even though he hasn't had a great year this year, I think Yuma Mune would be a guy that I'd want to see at the plate. Just has that ability to hit in the clutch and to do things. So let's see what happens here. Got 1 gone, runners at second and third. They've got the infield is in. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1 to Mune. We'll get a double look at that. I'm not sure if they've got all the infield in. If it's just over on the left side, they may trade the 1 run for the out. The second baseman is held deep. I'll have to get a different pan view on that to be able to get an understanding of what they're trying to do defensively. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. Our friend Rhodes says, buy a coffee. Well, we appreciate that, Rhodes. Our friend Jay says we're cooking with grease. Yeah, there's a grease fire that has started now, courtesy of Sato and the ball that he butchered to start the inning. So runners at second and third. Here comes the pitch. The 1-1 on the way. Breaking ball misses down. It's now 2-1. They got Tomoya Mori on deck. So I would think here in this situation, you want to be able to get Mune for sure. You don't want to bring Mori to the plate with the bases loaded. And if you had to, if you were able to retire Mune and then walk Mori, you bring in a right-hander to face Tongu. I think that's how I would probably play it out. We'll see how the manager for the Tigers, what's in his mind and how he's thinking. Here comes the pitch. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside. It's now 3-1 to Mune. Oh boy. Kirishiki not getting any love there. He takes some time on the back of the mound to compose himself. Tomoya Mori licking his chops on deck. You know you're going to get a good pitch to hit here. 3 balls and 1 strike to Mune. Runner at third, Haruka. Runner at second is the pinch runner, Oda. Mune waggling the bat, waiting here on the offering. As the lefty holds set. Checks the runner at second. Here comes the pitch. Kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted foul down the third base line, and the count now goes to 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Mune. So Mune at the plate here with 1 gone. Runners at second and third. And the payoff pitch about ready to come from Kirishiki. As the lefty gets his sign from his catcher, Sakamoto. The payoff pitch on the way as Kirishiki checks the runners. Here comes the 3-2. He kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle for a base hit into center field. That's going to get 1 run in. And it is going to get both of the runs in. 2 runs have scored as Oda comes across as well. A 2-run single by Yuma Mune has tied the ball game at 3. And the Buffaloes have life. 2 RBI single. Haruka crosses the plate first. Oda crosses the plate next. And we got ourselves a brand new ball game courtesy of that error to start the inning by Teraki Sato. Oh boy. That is going to bring up the catcher, Tomoya Mori. And that's exactly what I said. You want Yuma Mune at the plate in that situation. You just feel like he's going to deliver. If you're a Buffalo fan. And sure enough, he did. He's knocked in a couple of more runs. He's got himself 5 RBIs now in the playoffs. Well, Tomoya Mori comes to the plate. He is 0 for 3 tonight. He has struck out, grounded into a double play, and flown out to center. As they throw over to first base and getting back in time is Yuma Mune easily as he comes back standing up. Our friend Road Scholar says, yeah, the coffee is getting hot. That's for sure. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down, and the count goes to 1-0. Jackpot Guy says, yeah, let's send this one out of here. He did send it right to the deepest part of center field, right to the warning track. But there's not much movement with the flags. The flags are pretty silent. It's the one thing I noticed when I was in Osaka. There wasn't a lot of wind when there was around. As there's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 1-1 on Mori. Appreciate you, Jay, for your support here as well and listening in. And everybody else who's jumped into the stream or who's new with us. Influence says he needed that one, that's for sure. So here comes the 1-1 to Mori as the lefty Kirishiki holds himself set at the belt. Probably not a good feeling for the Tiger fans, that's for sure. Pitch on the way, fastball taken for a called strike. Count now goes to 1-2. Tiger fans here going to have their work cut out for them. They got 3 innings to score some runs. It's not going to get easier with the Buffalo bullpen, that is for certain. As we said before, maybe we're in for a 12-inning tie. Who knows? Here's the pitch. Fastball just misses below the knees, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Mori. Nothing like getting squeezed on your home field. That pitch looked pretty good, but although I have to say the catcher Sakamoto did a really good job of receiving the ball, but pitch did look like it was a little bit low. So 2-2 to Mori. As the lefty works to the set. He checks the runner Mune at first, and now he throws to first, and diving back in time as the base runner. And hopefully everybody that's in here tonight will come on back tomorrow because we're going to do this all over again I have to say, I'm kind of looking forward in some ways to the season coming an end in another week or so, or less than a week by the weekend. You can be able to get rid of these late nights. The late nights are kind of killing me. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball. It breaks the bat. Amori comes back to the pitcher. He tries to field it, and he throws to first, and Maury's going to be safe. That was unbelievable. If you're going to get on Instagram tonight, you got to see that highlight. It was a broken bat. The ball was hit back to the pitcher. Kirishiki had to try to avoid the bat, tried to field the ball. He got hit with the bat. The ball ends up trickling toward the third baseline. He chases it down. He throws to first, and it's not even close to have to get Maury. So Kirishiki's going to be all right as the trainer comes out. They all want to take a look at him, make sure he's okay. He's going to get a couple of warm-up tosses on the in-between. But that's going to put runners at first and second. I think they're going to have to score that a base hit for Maury. He had to play hopscotch over top of the bat. We're going to see what the manager of the Tigers is out. He looks like he's making a change, and that might be the end of the night for the left-hander here. Unbelievable. Well, looks like we have a pitching change here, everybody. Hang tight for a second. We'll be back in just a few. That was unbelievable. They got runners at first and second. There's one gone here. It'll be Tongu coming to bat. We're all locked up at threes. And we have ourselves a brand new ball game here at the Cochin Stadium. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in a few.
Thank you, Freddie. And hey, guys, let's open up a 5-card pack of 2023 Topps Baseball. And remember, during this timeout, you can also go visit some other channels. Oh, look, Jeter Downs. Bleh. Diamond Princess, she's great. Oh, there's a cubby. Screw that. Hey, go check out the one and only Bud Stoney. Oh, here's one for another Hollis build. And you can stay anywhere you want to when you're around Freddie and the Seattle area. That's good for Mr. Infuego. And you know what? Why don't we bring out one of the Oakland A's for a league of her own? Bingo! Thank you, Freddie. Pitchers look like they're ready. Let's play ball!
Appreciate you, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. It is a pitching change, as that is going to be, we've got ourselves a Mune at second, Maury at first with one gone here, and Yuma Tongu coming to the plate. We're just waiting on the commercial break and everything to change, and so we'll get you some of that as well. Our friend Jackpot Guy says the Buffalo's relief pitchers are pretty good. So if they get a run here, they should be able to pull it out. I agree. The only challenge will be is Utagawa and Hirano on back-to-back nights. Will they be as effective as they were last night? And that will always be the question. But I get the chance to look at the replays here. That whole inning set up on the ground ball to the third baseman, Sato. He set the table with an error to begin the inning. As we watch some of these stuff, but it was the unbelievable that ball hit back to the pitcher with the bat flying at him as well. Boy, Kirishiki, that was tough. And it's not like they really rocketed any balls. The Cedeno base hit and the Mune base hit were, I call in some ways, seeing eye singles. They're through the middle, through the holes. That is the way that it has taken place here. Well, we've got Yuma Tongu coming to bat. And we're just getting the opportunity here to see who is coming up to bat. And absolutely, Road Scholar says it is far from over, boys. And that is absolutely correct. We're just starting to get into the deep water of the 8th and the 9th innings. It's like a boxing match. So here comes Tongu to the plate, and the pitching change has been made. They've got a right-hander into the Tigers. And we'll get you the specs on that here in just a moment. And there you have it. Sato is out of the game at third base. The manager has seen enough. It is Ito Hara who has come in to play third base. Sato, with the error to begin the inning, has been yanked. Him and his 3 strikeouts. That's unbelievable. Don't see that in Major League Baseball these days. Imagine if Manny Machado made an error and you yanked them out. There's a fastball that is swung on by Tongu. This ball is lifted into right field. Camping out underneath it is Morishita. He makes the catch. The runners are going to have to hold as it wasn't deep enough. So Tongu erased for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it up to Marwin Gonzalez. Just for everybody's knowledge, it is Daichi Ishii who has come on in relief. He's the third pitcher used tonight by the Hanshin Tigers. As Ishii is the right-hander who is now in the ball game. So Gonzalez, 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also walked. He's turning around again to bat from the left side. That's how he started the ball game. So he bats from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Ishii. Ishii checks his sign from his catcher, Sakamoto. 2 on and 2 out here in the 7th. As the right-hander delivers a fastball that misses outside, and the count is quickly 1-0. Gonzalez now 4 for 22 in the playoffs. He's been on base twice tonight with the single and the walk. Makes you wonder, the Tigers manager seeing enough, hooking his third baseman off of the field. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. I wonder what the newspapers are going to have to say about that tomorrow. Can you imagine Bryce Harper getting yanked off the field in the middle of an inning? I mean, Sato's maybe not in Harper's class, but in the Japanese league, he'd be, I would think for the Tigers, he's got to be considered one of their core guys. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count's now 2-1 to Gonzalez. Tigers in some ways had some chances earlier on to really kind of bury the Buffaloes. They had stranded 4 runners in the first 3 innings. Buffaloes themselves tonight have stranded 6 through the first 6. Now Gonzalez asks for time as he steps out. We're going to redo this all over again. So the right-hander Ishii peers in at Sakamoto. He's ready to get back to work as he works himself to the set position. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Oh, Gonzalez looked like he wanted to turn around that one. He wanted to try to double the lead just like that. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Gonzalez. Right-hander ready to go back to work again is Ishii. Now, based on that last pitch that he blew by him, I want to see if Ishii's going to maybe take something off of the next pitch here. Maybe pull the string on a changeup or see what else he's got in his repertoire. Something, maybe a slower breaking ball that get Gonzalez out in front. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. So much for my thoughts. He blew the heat right by him. Gonzalez in the books. He's out for out number 3, and that is going to do it here for the Buffaloes in their half of the 7th inning. But they've tied the ball game. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was an error, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 7th. We are all locked up at 3s. Hang tight, everybody. You're listening to the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Our friend Alexander Leggett said he missed how they tied it up. You missed how they set the table to tie it up. That was more importantly with an error to begin the inning. We'll be right back in just a few, everybody. Appreciate you guys for listening in with us. It is the Tigers coming to bat when we return in just a few.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
Welcome back, everybody. Our friend William Scott in the house here. Well, you missed the inning where the Buffaloes had scored a couple of runs to tie the ball game as we move to the bottom half of the seventh inning. It is the pitcher's spot that is slated to come to bat for the Tigers, and then the top of the order with Koji Chikamoto and Takumu Nakano. It looked like the game was in cruise control for the Tigers, but the error to start the seventh inning by Sato, as they had seen enough. They pulled them out of the game in the middle of an inning. That ought to tell you something. Get pulled out of the inning at a professional level after you make a boot. In a way, I'm kind of laughing. I feel sorry for him, but you know what? I mean, we don't see that in North America like we should. Yeah, you struck out 3 times at the plate. You butcher a ball to start the inning. You're brutal. Time to get you off the field and into the dugout so you can have a seat next to the coaches where they can start talking to you a little bit. But unfortunately, that's the way it goes. We also have a pitching change, as it is a right-hander Kagita now on the mound, as he is going to be facing Kento Itohara here and is on to pinch hit. So Itohara, and then Chikamoto and Nakano, as the right-hander delivers a breaking ball. It's swung on. It's grounded to the 6th hole, fielded by Kirby as he throws over to first, and that is not going to be able to retire Itohara. It's going to be an infield single, so he is aboard with a hit here, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Koji Chikamoto. Our friend Jay says it is anyone's game right now, 100%. This game here could go either way. No doubt about it. 3-3 ball game. It is a heavyweight boxing match that is between these two clubs, and they're duking it out. It's going to bring up the top of the order in Chikamoto. Chikamoto is 3 for 3 tonight. He's got 3 singles and an RBI. He's also scored 2 of the 3 Tiger runs, as the right-hander holds set at the belt. And the pitch on the way, it's a fastball that misses up and away. And the count is 1-0 to Chikamoto. No sign of the bunt here from Chikamoto. In fact, I probably would think he's going to be swinging away. They do have some defensive changes to do the Buffaloes, as Oda has gone into left field. And it looks like that Haruka has moved over to first base. He stays in the ball game. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike. Count goes even at 1-1 to Chikamoto. So 1 ball and 1 strike, as the left-handed hitting center fielder waits here on the offering from the right-hander, as Kagita ready to go again. Kagita is the 4th pitcher used here tonight by the Buffaloes. Fastball that really backs Chikamoto off the plate. It was a thigh-high fastball that came inside to the left-handed hitting center fielder. And you know, for 2 things, Chikamoto, his speed is positive. He gets hit in the thigh, could start to slow you up a little bit in center field. Be like having a knot in the side of your leg. So the count here is 2 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander holds to the set. He kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right center field. Moving over, and Nakagawa has dropped the ball. Unbelievable. Nakagawa has dropped the ball in right center field, and everybody's going to be safe. The runner is going to be safe at second. Chikamoto is safe at first. That's going to go down as an E8. Can't be any other way. He hit the ball into the pull gap, did Chikamoto, and it hit Nakagawa right in the pad spot, right in the hands. Unbelievable. It looked like he overran the ball, did Nakagawa, and then he had to reach back and the ball went off his glove. Oh boy. So we've seen an error in the top of the inning by Sato, and now we see an error here. We've got runners at first and second. It brings Nakano to the plate, and you got to be thinking this is a bunt situation wholeheartedly. The only thing that we're missing is a circus tent. And a little bit of music to go with it. And Nakano is already squaring to bunt. He's already had a sacrifice bunt, and he reached base on an error by the pitcher his last time. Breaking ball misses outside. The count is quickly 1-0 to Nakano. Penguin Hunter says he dressed his 16-month-year-old up as a Tiger player today, as they got the uniform when he was in Japan last month. That's pretty cool for Halloween. And there's the pitch. It is a bunt back to the pitcher, fielded by the pitcher. He throws to third, and they're able to get the lead runner. Ito Hara is going to be retired, so the sacrifice is unsuccessful. That'll go in the books as a fielder's choice. It's going to be retired. It's going to be 1-5 to get the lead runner. Ito Hara gone for the first out of the inning. Chikamoto is going to advance to second. And Nakano is going to be safe at first. What a play there by the pitcher to be able to get off the mound to field the ball and fire it over to Mune. Now they've got Shota Morishita coming to the plate. He's been swinging a hot stick in the last couple of games. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a double and an RBI. Oh, we've got some drama here now. Here comes the first offering to the right-handed hitting Morishita. As Kagita checks the runners, now he delivers. Fastball swung on, popped up. Infield fly rules in effect. Underneath it and making the catch is Haruka, and that is going to retire Morishita for the second out of the inning. If you're the hitting coach in the dugout when Morishita's walking back, you got to put a better swing on a better pitch. Jeez. Two worst things you could do is pop out and strike out in that situation. And the first pitch you see, you pop up, lost control of the barrel of the bat, and he pops it up to the right side of the infield. Well, that's going to leave it up to the first baseman, Yusuke Oyama. And if there's a chance for Oyama to get off the schneid, this would be it. 3 for 23 in the playoffs. He has absolutely stunk it up at the plate. He did drive the third run of the ball game in back in the 5th inning, but they need him to come through here. He is a big part of their offense, but he has not had a good Nippon series. As the right-hander Kagita holds set at the belt. Here he comes with the pitch. It's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. I think if I'm Oyama, I would just want to shorten up and go the other way with it. Whatever you got to do. Not try to do too much. But he's in the hole here at no balls and 1 strike. It was a fantastic play there by the pitcher to get off the mound to retire the runner at third for the first out of the inning. There's a fastball swung on. It's tapped foul over on the first base side. Now the count goes to 0-2. Robert says home run for Oyama. He's calling it. Well, it's going to have to be on a mistake pitch here because right now all the cards are in the hands of the favor of the pitcher Kagita. No balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander leans in and gets the sign from his catcher, Tomoya Mori. And now Oyama has stepped out as the pitcher has gone to the rosin bag. And he's going to cycle through the signs again. Sheldon Noisy waits his turn on deck. Should Oyama be able to reach base, it'll be Noisy next. As the right-hander holds himself to the set position, here comes the pitch. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we said before, we'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night. Same 2 teams, same place, same channel. Hopefully you guys can make in for all the action. And we'll stay with it right till the end of the series if it ends up going 6 or 7 or maybe even more. First team to 4 wins will be crowned champion. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Kagita delivers. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Oyama's in the books. He's gone for out number 3, and that is going to do it. Well, they had the first 2 hitters reach base on a single and on an error. They weren't able to capitalize where the Tigers is the Buffaloes 3 and the Tigers 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a few moments right after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us tonight on the Last Drops Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in a few. We'll be back in 30. Here's a little bit of music to get the juices flowing. Top of the 8th, just around the corner. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Kotaro Kobayashi, Tomoya Noguchi, and Taishi Haruka, the scheduled hitters for the Buffaloes in their half of the 8th inning. Oh boy, the Buffaloes were able to dodge a bullet there. The fly ball to right center field was dropped by the right fielder, or by the center fielder, Nakagawa. Unbelievable. As the right-hander is still in the ball game, it is Ishii who is still here as that ball is fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1 to Kobayashi. Kobayashi, Noguchi, and Haruka, as we said, to bat here in the 8th. Kobayashi 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and an RBI. He's got a sacrifice bunt, and he's flown out to right field in his 3 trips. 6 for 21 in the playoffs. As the right-hander Ishii kicks and delivers, he squares the bunt, and he takes that one down and away, and the count now goes even at 1-1. This game can go extra innings, and it can potentially be a tie. And we'll deal with that as it comes. Here comes the pitch. Fastball that just misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1. If it ends at a tie, as we said before, it's the first team to get the 4 wins. So there actually could be 8 games in this series. If it was all locked up at 3s and a tie, they would have to play another game. And then all the extra games are going to be played at the Kyocera Dome. And they would be the home game for the Buffaloes. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Chikamoto is over to field it, and he fires it back in. Kobayashi gets his second hit of the ball game. He's aboard with a leadoff single, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Noguchi. And for Noguchi, he is 0 for 2. He's also drawn himself a walk. 4 for 11 in the playoffs. Noguchi ready to come to hit here, and I would think they're going to be bunting in this situation. I got to think this here. This is typical Japanese baseball. One would have to think, get Kobayashi into scoring position and have a couple of cracks to bring him home. But we're about to find out what's going to happen here. As the right-hander works himself to the set position. Now he delivers. Yes, they bunt, and it's fouled away off the mask of the catcher. So no balls and 1 strike to Noguchi. He showed late. It wasn't an early break by any stretch. So runner at first, Kobayashi here. Noguchi at the plate. Try to getting him over into scoring position here. As we said, they've got a new third baseman to the Tigers. Looks like it's Itohara who is in at third, but I'll have to double check on that one as it comes around. I thought Itohara was burned as a pinch hitter, but I'll have to get a look at some of the changes in both of these sides defensively as they threw over to first base. Yeah, it is Itohara over at third base. Again, they throw over to first, and again, getting back there safely is the base runner, Kobayashi. So no balls and 1 strike to Noguchi as the right-hander Ishii works himself to the set position. Here comes the pitch. He squares the bunt again. He pops it up behind home plate, but Sakamoto not quite able to get there. It's going to run the count to 0-2. So let's see if they keep the bunt on here with 2 strikes or if they're going to take it off. I know in my situation where I come from, we were already bunted on the first 2. You got a job to do, get it done. How many more cracks do we have to get the job done here? Let's see if the Buffaloes have the same feelings. Runner at first, Kobayashi. Sakamoto has given his signs to the pitcher. We'll see what happens here. And just like that on cue, we've kind of froze up a little bit. So if you guys are listening with us, we're going to go and check our B feed out, see if our B feed will be any better. And it looks like that Noguchi, we backed up a little bit here as it's 2 strikes on Noguchi. So we're on our B feed here a little bit. Ishii has stepped off the back of the mound. Our A feed is a little bit behind. When they reset the A feed that we have here, it shows a no ball and 1 strike count. So we'll see if this is going to help us out here on the B feed. So Noguchi dials in here. We'll lose you guys for just a little bit. So anything that goes on in the chat will miss you. So no balls and 2 strikes. And again, he's squaring the bunt with 2 strikes. So just as I suspected, but Ishii steps off the backside and feigns the throw over to first. Easily scampering back is Kobayashi. So the chess match is in full effect here. So Noguchi is waiting here on the offering. This is bizarre. He's got one hand on the bat, and the pitch is coming, and it's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. Oh, that was pretty ballsy by Noguchi to pull back on that pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sakamoto flashing a couple of signals to his defense. Runner at first, Kobayashi establishes his lead here. Everything that the pitcher has thrown has been middle away. As the right-hander works himself to the set position. Here we go. Here comes the offering. Pitch on the way. This ball is bunted. It's going to be foul, and that's going to go in the books as a strikeout. That is going to retire Noguchi. He's gone for the first out of the inning. He can't get the job done. That's going to bring up the left fielder, Taishi Haruka. So it makes you wonder here if Haruka will be asked to bunt as well. Wouldn't be the first time that we would see that. Lost his footing. It looked like he fell down, bunted the ball foul, wasn't able to get anything done. That's tough. Well, this brings Haruka to the plate, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. And just like that, our A-feed is back up, so we'll come back and join everybody in our chat as well. So 1 ball and no strikes to Haruka as he bats here with 1 gone and a runner at first. No sign of the bunt from him. Ishii checks the runner over at first. He works himself to the belt. Now he comes set at the chest. Here comes the offering. He fires over to first base, and diving back in time is Kobayashi. Looks like they are giving him the green light to swing away. I wonder, 1 ball and no strikes. Will you put the runner in motion here? Maybe a hit and run here if Haruka can get the bat to the ball. He's had a decent night tonight. He's been on base twice. He's reached on an error, and he has singled. He has also flown out to center field. He's 4 for 14 in the playoffs. Here's the pitch. Fastball just misses outside. The count goes to 2-0 on Haruka. Well, if you weren't going to run there, I'd like to see if they're going to run him now. 3-3 ball game here as we are in the top of the 8th inning. Lots of baseball left in this one. I'd like to say the team that makes the first mistake will lose it, but we've already seen a few mistakes tonight. Maybe the team that makes the next mistake will lose this one. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. The count now goes to 2-1 on Haruka. Not sure who the Buffaloes will turn to bat next. I'm not sure if Oda had stayed in the game in that spot. I think that might be who it is. We'll take a look to see where the pitcher is. It is Oda who is on deck. A pitcher, Kagita, is in the 4 spot, which is where Umatangu had occupied. So we may see Kagita again. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Haruka. Both of the managers it's like playing chess right now. And the pace has slowed down a lot. This is the one thing I've noticed about the Hanshin Tigers. We saw them in the preseason, saw them a couple of times in the interleague play, is that they really, really slow it down out of their bullpen. Here's the pitch. Fastball, rip foul. It's going to reach the seats down the left field line into the stands. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Haruka. The flags are now up and blowing a little bit. They're blowing from right field to left field. This is the first time tonight that we've seen a little bit of wind. The flags were pretty limp early in the ball game, just sort of hanging. But now they're actually moving at a good clip. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the pitcher Ishii looks in, he gets his sign, he nods in agreement, checks the runner over at first. And he fires over to first, and diving back in time is the base runner Kobayashi. Kobayashi, if I was keeping count, that has to be about the 4th time he's thrown over here. Really concerned about keeping him close. Again, the right-hander working into the set. The general rule of thumb is about 15 seconds between pitches. That's what you want the tempo of your pitcher to work at. Well, definitely exceeding it here. There's a fastball that misses inside. That's going to run the count full to Haruka. Now we want to keep an eye on that runner at first base. Are they going to put him in motion to stay out of the double play? What are they going to do here? That will be the interesting part. It is Yuya Oda who came in to pinch run for the pinch hitter Cedeno, who is waiting his turn on deck. It'll be his first at bat in this one here tonight. So here comes the 3-2 pitch as the right-hander works set. Now he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, lined into right center field for a base hit. Chikamoto charges it, and that is going to bring Kobayashi all the way around to third. Now we got runners on the corners. A nice piece of hitting there by Haruka, and a good piece of base running by Kobayashi as well to be able to go first to third. Now they got runners in the corners and Oda coming to the plate. So what do the Buffaloes have in store now? And it just goes to show you that missed bunt opportunity by Tomoya Noguchi would have had Kobayashi in scoring position. That would have scored him if they would have got the job done, but wasn't able to execute. And therefore, weren't able to score that run. So what do we have here? We've got the manager Nakajima coming out. I wonder if we're going to have a pinch hitter here for Oda. And it looks like we are. And it looks like it is going to be T. Okada coming in to pinch hit. So they are trading the defense for the offense yet again here. So T. Okada in the ballgame to pinch hit for Yuya Oda. And that is going to bring the manager out of the Tigers dugout. So we're going to have a pitching change here. We got, as we said, the chess match is in full swing right now. And that is going to be the end of the line for Ishii. So hang with us, everybody. We got another pitching change. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Got a lot of action still to come here. We'll be right back, and we're going to have to get a charge for our main feed, as we have been relying on this one here tonight. Hang tight, guys. We'll be right back, and I'll go get that charger as well.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. And we support you wholeheartedly. Be sure to check out Steve Rademacher after the ball game for all of your entertainment needs. We'll be back in just a moment. We do have a pitching change on the way, And we will get you that when we return in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It looks like it is Hiroya Shimamoto on the hill here. We'll just get confirmation of that. A lefty who's going to be, or is slated to come to face T. Okada. But by the looks of it, there's going to be another move. It looks like it's going to be Ryo Adachi who's going to pinch hit for Okada. So Okada will be burned as well. So they're playing the matchups now. So Ryo Adachi looks like he's coming off the bench to hit for Okada. So they make a move, somebody else makes a move. So the pinch hitter announced Okada for Oda. Pitching change made, and now it is Adachi coming to hit here. Gotta love it. As I said, this is National League Baseball at its finest. At least that's how I look at it in my eyes. Of course, for those of us who remember the National League, of course, with the pitchers hitting, the double switches, all that fun stuff. Really miss that. The universal DH is not I like it in the American League. Don't get me wrong. It's just never been something that I've enjoyed. I really like baseball in its purest sense. And of course, watching the NPB and the games that we have here is definitely that as well. Really, really enjoy that. So runners are at the corners. Ryo Adachi is stepping up here as the left-hander is ready to face him here. Adachi waggling the bat. The infield is in. They have the entire infield in. As the lefty Shimamoto working himself to the set position. And here's the first offering to Adachi. It's a fastball that misses down. And the runner has advanced himself over to second base. So Haruka takes second. Nice job to read the ball down. Not sure if they're going to give him, I think they'll probably give him a stolen base on that. We'll see if he was on the move. He was on the move. And yeah, they weren't really looking to cover it because of where the position of the players were. So that's going to put runners at second and third here with one gone. And it's 1 ball and no strikes to Adachi. Buffaloes are looking to cash in here. As the lefty works to the set position. Here he delivers. It's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. Count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Crowd is in really good form here. They are cheering their home side on. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is to Ryo Adachi. As mentioned, we are back to our B feed here for a little bit. So I have to hopefully be able to pick up the main feed in just a bit here. There's the pitch. It's a fastball that just misses inside, and the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike to Adachi. Fly ball here, deep fly ball would get the run in more than likely. Kobayashi, as we said, not necessarily the fastest runner, but he does run well enough. 2 balls and 1 strike. As Adachi has asked for time here. And he wants the signals again from the coach. This might be a situation where maybe we should be looking for a safety squeeze here. I don't think a full-on suicide squeeze would be in order, but Adachi can handle the bat. Let's see what he does here. You can win the game at 400 feet, or you can win it at 15. Here's the pitch. No sign of a bunt. He swings and he fouls that off. Although the runners were running on contact, it's going to run the count now to 2-2 on Adachi, and it looks like he's either going to have to get himself a new piece of lumber or he's going to have to get a little bit more pine tar for the bat. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kobayashi establishes his lead over at third. Lots of baseball left in this one. Well, kind of. We're in the top of the 8th inning. All locked up at 3s. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Shimamoto kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside. And now the count is full to Adachi. Kai Nakagawa waiting his turn on deck. They do have the open base if they had to, but one would have to think you want to try to get Adachi right here. Here comes the 3-2 pitch as the lefty again gets the sign and he works himself to the belt. Sakamoto ready to receive it. Pitches, a breaking ball swung on. It's chopped over to third. Here comes the play at the plate. It's in time. Kobayashi is going to be gunned down. Nice play there by the replacement Itohara. So that's going to be a fielder's choice. Kobayashi in the books for the second out. He gets thrown out 5-2 on the putout. Advancing to third is Haruka. Adachi is safe at first, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Kai Nakagawa. And on top of it, that is going to bring the manager out of the dugout as Okada is going to be coming to make himself a pitching change, and that is going to do it here for the pitcher Shimamoto. So hang tight, everybody. We're going to have ourselves yet another pitching change. We're going to be back here in just a few moments with all the action in just a few. Hang tight. We've got a 3-3 ball game at the Koshin Stadium. Our friend Mick 3Y official in the house here tonight. Glad you can make it in here. Our friend undrafted player in here as well. Everybody that's been with us, hold tight.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just waiting on the confirmation of the pitching change here, as it is going to be runners on the corners with 2 gone. It'll be the top of the order, Kai Nakagawa, coming to the plate, as it is a 3-3 ball game here in the top of the 8th inning. Buffaloes have a chance to grab a run here to take the lead. The right-hander that is coming into the ball game, as the Tigers are making a pitching change, it is a right-hander, and it looks like it is Yuasa who is on in relief. I'll have to double check. It looks like it's Atsuki Yuasa, but we will make that confirmation here in just a moment, and that's exactly who it is. So this is going to be pitcher number 5 used tonight by the Tigers. So Yuasa just completing his warm-up tosses. We'll be ready to resume the action here in just a moment. The runner at third is Haruka. The runner at first is Rio Adachi. So we'll also keep our eyes peeled here for any shenanigans that they might try to pull on the bases. But Kai Nakagawa here at the plate, or coming to the plate, he is 1 for 3 tonight in this one. He's got a single in 3 trips. He's also got a sacrifice bunt. He is 8 for 33 in the playoffs. So Yuasa ready to go here. Buffalo's got a chance to push a run across. And certainly Nakagawa has a chance to be able to make some amends, as he had dropped that ball in center field. Luckily, nothing had occurred out of that, but certainly to give himself some confidence here and forget all about that drop ball in center field. That could have led to quite the inning. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up over on the right side. Moving over underneath it is the second baseman, Nakano. He's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it. And the Tigers get themselves out of the inning. One pitch there from Yuasu, and that is going to do it. They had no runs in the inning. They did have 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We are now going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Your score is the Tigers 3 and the Buffaloes 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for listening in. We'll be right back in a few. We are all locked up at 3s as we are about ready to go to the bottom of the 8th. Hang tight, everybody. We appreciate you guys for listening in here with us. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Sheldon Noisy, and then it'll be the spot that was once occupied by Taro Aki Sato. We'll have to get a confirmation as to who is going to be in that spot. I believe it is the pitcher. No, it is. Yeah, it is the pitcher's spot in the batting order at this point. And so we'll get a look to see if they are going to pinch hit there for the pitcher. And then it'll be a Sakamoto. So we'll see what happens here. Noisy, the pitcher's spot, and a Sakamoto. So will Yuasa get a chance to hit here? I guess maybe we'll wait and see what Sheldon Noisy does. And I would expect that Kagita is going to still be on the mound, but no, it's not. It's going to be Yuki Utagawa who's going to be taking over. This is going to be the 5th pitcher used tonight. Utagawa was in last night's ball game, as he will be used here on in relief for the Buffaloes. So speaking of rain delays, Utagawa can be one as well. Our friend Keith Daniels says, I hope it goes 7 games. I kind of hope it goes 8 in some ways. If we end up with a 12-inning tie, then there is that possibility you can have an 8th game if everybody's all locked up at 3s plus a tie. First pitch to Noisy is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. How cool would that be? An 8-game final. As the pitch from Utagawa is delivered, it's a fastball swung on. It's grounded to third, and it almost takes the head off Amune. Takes a wicked hop off his chest, and it goes into shallow left field. And Noisy is going to be aboard. I think, they've ruled it an error. Oh, that's harsh. That is really harsh. So Noisy is going to be aboard here. They're going to run for Noisy. So that's going to go in the books as E5. Let's get a look at the replay of that one again. That ball took an absolute wicked hop. As it goes off the chest of the third baseman and into shallow left field. So let's see who they got running for Noisy here. Mick says it's a single. Well, yeah, it might be a single, but the official score has already come down with an error on it. And we have, looks like a pinch hitter at the plate here. And that is a bunt that's down. It is going to be fielded by Maury. He fires over to first. And that is going to retire the batter here. And just for an instant there, we happen to lose our feed a little bit. Can't be losing our feed at this time of the night, that is for certain. But that advances the runner over to second. And in the spot of Sato, and now it's going to bring up Sakamoto here. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So 2-4 on the putout. There are some changes. Haruka has gone back into left field. Gonzalez is over at first. And the second baseman is Adachi now. Yes, we have had the changes here. Here comes the offering now to Sakamoto, and he rips that one foul down the left field line. Count now goes to 0-2 on him. Seiya Kanami waits his turn on deck. So unfortunately, I have to bounce away from the chat for a little bit here because we are working off our B feed. We're going to have to bring this one home for you. We're going to have to, at least for the next little bit, work off the B feed. So anything in the chat, apologize, can't keep up with you. There's a fastball delivered to Sakamoto. That is a 95-mile-an-hour heater. It's blown him away. He's going to be gone for the second out of the inning. Utagawa reared back and just blew the heat by him. And that's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Seiya Kanami. Well, if you're a Tiger fan, this is the guy you want at the plate. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He has scored a run. The light-hitting shortstop is hitting more than his weight here in the playoffs. He is 11 for 24. As he bats here with 2 gone and a runner at second base. He is swinging the hot stick. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. He's waggling the bat. I didn't get the confirmation of the number. It's number 53 who is running at second base for Noisy. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and now Kanami is in the hole at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. As Yuki Utagawa ready to go again here. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and missed. And that is going to retire Kanami. He's gone on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it here. No runs in the inning, no hits. There was an error by Mune. There was 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 8 complete. And the score is the Tigers 3 and the Buffaloes 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 9th inning when we return right after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight. We'll be right back here in just a few.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak, We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the ninth inning, and slated to come to bat for the Buffaloes are Yuma Mune, Tomoya Mori, and Yuma Tongu, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the batting order. For Mune tonight, he is 2 for 3. He has been the clutch hitter for the Buffaloes. He had the 2-run single back in the 7th inning. Looks like there has been some defensive changes, as well as there is a left-hander on the mound, as it is going to be Iwazaki on in relief for the Tigers. So Iwazaki on in relief. We'll see how this one plays out here in just a moment or two, as he is going to be facing Mune, Mori, and Tongu. This will be the 6th pitcher used tonight. So we're just getting ourselves updated here. The first pitch delivered to Yuma Mune is a fastball that misses down, and the count is quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Mune. Iwazaki kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded foul over on the first base side. Count runs even to 1-1. We're back to our B feed again. Just have a feeling that's how it's going to be operating here tonight for us the rest of the way. So 1 ball and 1 strike. There's a breaking ball that's catching the outside corner, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Mune. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. The lefty delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left field. Moving over underneath it and making the catch is the substitute for Moisey. We haven't got the update on that one yet, but that's going to retire Mune for the first out of the innings. So 1 gone here in the 9th. That is going to bring up the catcher, Tomoya Mori. In the event this game goes extra innings, it'll be very similar to the 5th and 6th innings that we traditionally see, as we will probably have ourselves what we like to call the Japanese halftime. As the first pitch is delivered to Mori, it's a breaking ball that's swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. They do another cleaning of the field between the 9th and the 10th innings if this game does go extras. So no balls and 1 strike to Mori, as the lefty Iwazaki delivers a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. Count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Iwazaki wastes very little time. There's a breaking ball swung on. This is grounded through the middle into center field. It's going to be a base hit for Mori, so he's aboard with a 1-out single. Let's see if they're going to keep him in the game here, or if they're going to make a change. The change looks like it is coming. It's going to be the batter that is coming to hit here. This is number 37. We'll see who this is coming to bat here for the Buffaloes. As it looks like Yuki Utagawa's night is done. I have to get who number 37 is here in just a moment, as we are a little bit behind in our feeds. So the lefty Iwasaki ready to go. Sometimes I wonder if it's pitchers who will come in to hit. And whoever it is, it's squaring to bunt. So as they square, the pitch is a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 1-0. Haven't picked up a number here yet. We will try to do that. Marwin Gonzalez is waiting his turn on deck. So they can get into scoring position. Gonzalez is a switch hitter. What did we say? Number 37. And here's the pitch. And this ball is bunted, and it's a good one. Fielded by Sakamoto. He throws to first, and that is going to retire the pinch hitter. That's going to go down as a sacrifice. Going to go in the books as a 2-4 putout. He's gone for out number 2, and that's going to advance the runner over to second. So Maury is at second base in scoring position. It's going to bring the pitching coach out to the mound. And Marwin Gonzalez is going to come to the plate, who is 1 for 3 in a walk tonight. So I think they're going to discuss how they're going to want to face Gonzalez. Just taking a look here, it is number 37 who came into bunt in that situation was Ryo Ishikawa. He was one of the backup catchers. So interesting that Kenya Wakatsuki not brought in. So we're waiting for that conference to be over as Marwin Gonzalez steps to the plate. And Gonzalez here batting with a runner at second and 2 gone as Iwasaki leans in, gets the side from his catcher, Sakamoto. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded softly to the right side, fielded by Nakano. He throws to first. That is going to retire Gonzalez on a ground out 4-3, and that will do it here in the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We are moving to the bottom of the 9th inning. Your score is the Buffaloes 3 and the Tigers 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you all for being here with us tonight. Whether you listen live or on delay, it's great to have you with us here on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is supposed to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters to come to bat for the Tigers and their half of the inning. So it looks like it'll be Itohara, Chikamoto, and Nakano, as we'll be set to see exactly what is going to happen here when we return in just a moment or so. So we have the 9, 1, and 2 hitters to come to bat. And we're just waiting here as the highlights are being flipped through to see exactly who the Buffaloes will be bringing out to pitch their 9th inning as Utagawa's night is done. But hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in 30 seconds with all the action. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us. It is the Buffaloes and the Tigers tied at 3 as we go to the bottom half of the 9th inning. We'll give you a little bit of musical tunes, and we'll be back in a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Ito Hara to lead it off here. He'll be followed by Chikamoto and Nakano. And we're going to have to do some quick work here in just a moment if we're going to run out of our A-feed period. So the Tigers are looking to win it here in the bottom of the ninth inning, as they've got the chance here. It is Jacob Waguspak on the mound for Oryx. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. The former Blue Jay on in relief here of Yuki Utagawa. Waguspak was huge in the playoffs last year, but he has fallen a bit out of favor here this year. There's a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The right-hander holding himself to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and fouled off into the catcher, Mori. The count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. We are off on our B feed here, and that's what we're going to be on for your, it looks like, for the next little bit. As the 1-2 pitch is set to come from Waguspak. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes now to 2-2. Tigers need a base runner, and then they need to be able to nickel and dime them over for a chance to be able to win the ball game. It'll be Chikamoto, Nakano, Morishita, and Oyama slated to come to bat here. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Ito Hara. Fastball down, and it squirts away from the catcher. That runs the count to 3-2. So Waguspak has now run the count full here to the hitter, Ito Hara. Ito Hara is 1 for 1 tonight. He came on to pinch hit back in the 7th inning, and he stayed in the game and replaced Sato. There's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Oh, Ito Hara stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 1. He's in the books here. 1 gone, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Koji Chikamoto. Well, for Chikamoto, he is 3 for 4 tonight. He's reached base all 4 times he's come to bat. He has 3 singles and an RBI, and then he reached on the dropped fly ball by Nakagawa in the 7th. He is 8 for 26 in the playoffs. Bats here from the left side against the right-handed throwing Waguspak. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball that bounces up to the plate for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. The speed is at the top of the order here, Chikamoto and Nakano. They got to find a way to get on base, because once they can get on base, they can move around a little bit. Here's the pitch. Fastball that just misses a bit low, and the count now goes to 2-0. And I'll say this about Chikamoto. Chikamoto gets aboard here. I wouldn't blink an eye that he wouldn't try to steal second base. Waguspak is not the quickest to the plate when there are runners on base. And so if you're going to be able to steal, you're going to be able to steal off the pitcher. Unless Waguspak pops in a slide step here or there. Here's the pitch. That's a fastball that misses down, and it's now 3-0 to Chikamoto. So Waguspak has thrown 9 pitches, and 6 of them have been for balls. Hasn't been able to find the command of his pitch yet. Right-hander Waguspak holding at the belt, at the chest, kicks and delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike under the hands. 3 balls and 1 strike to Chikamoto. The American right-hander gets his sign from Mori. Here comes the 3-1 offering. He kicks and he delivers. Fastball misses up and in. That's going to be ball 4. Chikamoto is aboard with a 1-out walk, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Nakano. Yeah, in this situation here, as far as I'm concerned, this is not a bunt situation. I would challenge straight up here to see if you can steal Chikamoto over to second base. And then you've got a couple of cracks to try to bring him home. You'd have Nakano and Morishita to try to walk it off. Or maybe even for that matter, maybe a bunt Nakano to bring over to third, and then anything can happen. So Nakano steps up to the plate here. Let's see what they have in mind, do the Tigers. One gone here. Nakano tonight. He's officially 0 for 3. He has been on base a couple of times. As they throw over to first base and diving back easily is Chikamoto. Nakano has grounded to second. He has reached on an error by the pitcher, and he's bounced into a fielder's choice. He also has a sacrifice bunt, so officially 0 for 3. 6 for 27 in the playoffs so far. And again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back in time is Chikamoto. Definitely worried about Chikamoto over there. And you'd have to understand why. He has led the Central League in stolen bases. And the batter at the plate, Nakano, was number 2. So here comes the offering to Nakano as Wagyu-Spack holds set. Now he delivers. Fastball, take it for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-1 on Nakano. As we said, if this game ends up going into extras, then we will take a timeout at the end of this half inning, put the music on musical loop, and then we'll bring you the last 3 innings as we possibly can. Here comes the 0-1 pitch as Wagyu-Spack holds set. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down. It's now 1-1. I was talking about how Wagyu-Spack not the quickest to the plate. He did slide step there. And for those of you who aren't familiar, the slide step obviously is just something that you pick your foot up and you just go quick. You don't have a big leg kick. You're trying to cut down your time to the plate. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. He kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that gets away from the catcher. Mori goes all the way to the backstop. And that's going to do the job just the same, as that is a wild pitch charged to Wagyu-Spack. Mori did a pretty good job to try to block it, but he could have been 6'5" and 300 pounds, and he wouldn't have been able to stop it. Chikamoto is now at second base on the wild pitch. It's going to run the count to 2-1 on Nakano. Well, there goes your double play possibility. Not like it would have been a great chance regardless because of the runner at the plate. But Wagyu-Spack throws it all the way to the backstop. So here comes the 2-1 pitch as the right-hander holds set. And he delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul over on the third base side. Count goes to 2-2. My A feed is a little bit off compared to my B feed. And as we said, we are working off the B feed here. Can't really see our chat for at the moment. The ball went all the way to the backstop. Oh, boy. You know, if it would have kicked around a little bit more, maybe they could have grabbed another base. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul over on the third base side. The count remains at 2-2. Tigers looking to try to get themselves even in the series. Chikamoto, the runner at second, one gone here. We're in the bottom of the ninth inning. As the right-hander Wagyu-Spack holds to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball down. This one gets away from the catcher, Mori. And that's going to advance Chikamoto over to third. So we got another wild pitch on our hands. They've wild pitched Chikamoto around the bases. This is unbelievable. 3 balls and 2 strikes now here to Nakano. And the manager, Nakajima, is up out of the dugout. And now he's holding up with the 3-2. He's holding up the 4 fingers to walk Nakano. But what's he doing? That part I'm not really 100% sure on. I know that you got him 3-2. Why wouldn't you just try to pitch him here? But maybe unless they thought he was going to bunt. He's not going to bunt with 3-2. It's going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout. They're going to come out here and have a word with Waguespack. Unbelievable. So that sets up runners at the corners with 1 out. We appreciate everybody for listening in here. So, as we said here, these games here are pretty legit. That is for sure. As we said, we are working off of our B feed right now. So, we are just a little bit here. So the conference is now over. And now it looks like are they going to walk? They're going to walk the bases loaded. It looks like they're holding 4 fingers up to Morishita as well. So they intentionally walk Nakano. And now they intentionally walk Morishita. So now they've got the bases loaded. I guess you might as well. Why not? You're going to have to play the infield in here in this situation. And the outfield is shallow as well, because if there's a fly ball that gets hit, a deep fly ball has got a chance to win it. Well, they're going to face Oyama. Oyama tonight is 0 for 4. He has 3 for 24 in the series. He does have an RBI tonight as he drove in the 3rd run of the ball game for the Tigers. So the bases are full of Tigers here in the bottom of the 9th inning. It has set up the force at the plate. The infield is in. And here comes the first offering from Waguespack as he holds set at the belt. He kicks and delivers. Fastball down, blocked by Mori. Oh boy, can you imagine if he threw a wild pitch here? And if Chikamoto scored, he would have wild pitched him right around the bases. So 1 ball and no strikes to Oyama. There's nowhere to put him. The crowd at the Koshin is in a frenzy. Certainly not in double play depth here, because anything here that's hit that doesn't come to the plate, they're going to have a problem. So here comes the 1-0 offering. That's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. As a reminder, once this game is finished, we will do a full wrap-up for everybody as well. So if this game is completed here, we will give you the full roundup once we're completed. 2 balls and no strikes to the right-handed hitting Oyama. Pitch, fastball down. Ball 3, 3 balls and no strikes. Well, if I'm Oyama, I think I just plant the bat on my shoulder for the next couple of pitches, because Waguespack hasn't been able to find the strike zone. He has thrown 20 pitches in the inning. And 13 have been for balls. There's a fastball that's taken on the inside corner. That's a called strike, and the count now is 3-1. And I think if I'm Oyama, I'm sitting dead red. You can't miss this pitch. 3 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander works to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, and it's grounded foul over on the third base side. That's going to run the count to 3-2 on Oyama. Oyama can get off the schneid here if he can get himself an RBI and win the ball game. That might be able to get him out of his slump here in the playoffs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Tigers are up on the edge of their dugout as the righty Waguespack works himself to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, line foul down the right field line. Oh boy, that was absolutely blistered. But it's just going to be keeping the count at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander Wagyu Spat kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, grounded through the 6-hole into left field, and that is going to get the run home, and the ball game is over. Chikamoto scores. It is going to be an RBI single for Oyama. They walk it off here in the bottom of the 9th inning, and that is going to be your final. A 4-3 victory for the Tigers, as they have now evened the series at 2 games apiece. 1 run in the inning on the run scored by Chikamoto. There was 1 hit. There were no errors, and there were 3 runners left aboard. Your final score is the Tigers 4, Buffaloes 3. Hang tight, everybody. We're going to come back and walk it off with you here in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for listening in with us tonight. We'll be back in 30 with all of the wrap-up.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
Well, everybody, we appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. We're going to give you the roundup of this one here. 4-3, the final for the Tigers over the Buffaloes. The scoring started in the first inning. The bottom of the first, the Tigers got things going after Koji Chikamoto singled. He was sacrificed over to second by Nakano, and then it was a RBI double by Shota Morishita that opened up the scoring. It is 1-0 for the Tigers at that point. The Buffaloes responded in their half of the second. It was a leadoff triple by Yuma Tongu. And with 1 out, Kotaro Kobayashi singled him home to even the score at 1. But the Tigers got one back in their second inning. With 2 out, all the action came with a Seiya Kanami single. And then it was a walk to the pitcher, Hiroto Saiki, and up stepped Koji Chikamoto, and he drove home Kanami with the second run of the game, and the Tigers went up 2-1. Well, the scoring didn't change until the 5th inning when the Tigers extended their lead in the bottom of the 5th. A leadoff single by Chikamoto, and after an error by the pitcher, it was a fielder's choice by Morishita, and up stepped Oyama, and he bounced into a fielder's choice, driving in the 3rd run of the ballgame. And that's where it stood until the Buffaloes got 2 in the 7th. It was an error by Teruaki Sato that started the inning to Taishi Haruka, and up stepped Leandro Cedeno. He singled. That put runners at first and second. Kai Nakagawa sacrificed the runners over to second and third, and up stepped Yumamune, who delivered a 2-run single to even the score at 3 apiece. And then it was in the bottom of the 9th. Jacob Wagyu-Spat came on in relief for the Buffaloes. He struck out the first hitter, Itohara, looking to begin the inning. Then Koji Chikamoto walked. It was an intentional walk delivered to Nakano. And then they intentionally walked Morishita to load the bases, and up stepped Yusuke Oyama, and he delivered an RBI single to drive home Chikamoto for a 4-3 victory. That's your final score. Once again, we appreciate everybody here. We'll be back on again the airwaves again tomorrow night for Game 5 of the series. Hopefully everybody can make it back in here with us. We appreciate you being here. Don't forget to bookmark the channel if you haven't done it already. I apologize for the last couple innings that I wasn't able to engage with the chat. We had to go to our B feed to be able to stay up with you, as our A feed was lost. So sometimes that impacts what we are doing on the back end. Once again, everybody, it's been another Last Raps Baseball video production. We hope you all have a great night. Come on back and see us again tomorrow, but all over again, Game 5. And you know what that means? We'll be also doing Game 6 on Saturday as well. So hopefully you guys can join us for that one as well. Have a great night, everybody, and we will catch you again on the flip side.
Good evening, sports fans. I hope you all have been enjoying the game. This is just another message from another Hollis build. I hope that your team is in the lead, but if not, remember, that's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May, but you know I'm gonna change that tune. When I'm back on top in June. own. I said that's life. And as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on my team. But I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. I hope you enjoy the rest of the game. And if it remains the same, remember, that's life. You want your fill? Go check another Hollis build on YouTube. Last Raps Baseball. Let's get back to the game. Let's go! You know that's life. You know it. One love and peace.